So there was a case that was opened against him at Houghton Police Station for torture, etc. Are you familiar with that case?
No, no, no.
It was in relation to the kidnapping, of in KZN, and I can't remember the witness that we had before us that said he opened a case of torture. So you don't know of any case that's now at IPID against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Well, I know people open cases as they go along, Honorable Chair. It's strange because that matter was dealt with by the DPCI. They can talk more better on that matter of, I think is the kidnapping of some family in Kwatukuza in KZN.
Yeah.
And where they ended up in Mpumalanga, and somebody ended up being found in Mozambique, crossed illegally there. And yes,
what I'm specifically asking about, Commissioner, is the case that they opened against our KZN Commissioner for torture and kidnapping, etc. So we had testimony here that the case lied at Houghton Police Station for almost a year before it was transferred to IPID. Now only IPID has started investigating the matter. So if you don't know as a National Commissioner that one of you, I mean, I understand cases are opened all the time, but as the head and the highest office in our SAPS, if there's a case against your your provincial commissioners and even your deputy commissioners, that's something you would or you should take an interest in, no?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I heard about it recently when the member was here. So I will hear from IPID in terms of what do they have. But I'm not sure how, I'm not sure if he was involved in that case. I know it was General Sinona and others that were involved in that case. Hence, there is a departmental case running against Sinona and others who were involved in that case, because somehow the case was a strong case, but it was messed up.
From what we understand, does include him. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's contract as KZN Provincial Commissioner is ending on the 31st of March. Am I correct? 2026. What's the plan? Or is there a plan, or are you going to tell us the plan?
Well, I approached him to check whether he would serve further. And also, in terms of the law, I must consult with the Premier, which I did. And he is prepared to serve. We are finalizing, of course, the final details in terms of the how part and those things. That's how far I can go.
I see that it's already on the wires. I missed it. I haven't been on social media. Let's move on to just quickly the Telkom towers. Now, you seemed, or you gave us the impression that there wasn't anything wrong, National Commissioner, on the concerns regarding the Telkom towers. So can you tell us what is the current status of those buildings? Are the buildings occupied?
Yeah, remember, Honorable Chair, we were ejected out with an order of the Department of Labor. Public Works was repairing that building, and they are still repairing it now. But I engaged them to say, but this repair must come to an end so that we can get back to our building. Then General Fannie informed me recently that they say probably end of April, those buildings would have been finalized in terms of repair. If that's the case, then we will be back into that building.
So how much have we spent so far on a building that we haven't occupied?
We purchased the building, I think, I know it's 600 million, and SAPS paid and Public Works paid some part. And of course, thereafter we spent, I think, must be almost $1 billion in terms of IT and repair and installation of some other IT stuff into that building.
Been going on for a while. How many years now?
Mm,
And
it
you're
was
not
pur-
telling us more or less how much it's up to also.
It was
Good,
purchased
General.
in 2016. And after that, since then, it's about 10 towers building. Since then, only 2 towers were handed over to SAPS, and it was in, out all the
So,
time.
10 years, am I counting about right? And how much money? Because when the building was initially purchased, those are decisions that should have been considered, how long it's 10 towers, how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. So do you agree that the purchase of these telecom towers has spiraled out of control? There must be some level of, if it's not corruption or just total mismanagement, for us to have spent so much time and so much money and the police are still not, you're still not occupying the buildings.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Hence, Minister Mchunu at some point, he wrote a letter to say he's giving back to Public Works and they must give us another accommodation somewhere.
And then the money that we've already spent as SAPS?
Yeah, but looking at things, the money that we already spent there will be a problem. So hence I approach them to say, fix, let's come into the building.
So who's going to be held responsible for making that decision on that project? Because it's a lot of money.
Who's going to?
Who's going to be held responsible? Who's going to be held responsible?
Well, the
Because it's mismanagement, it's either corruption.
current Minister of Public Works was, I think he sanctioned forensic investigation to find out exactly that. And yeah, what I know is that every time we were there, we're being ejected out. And we can't force to, as an employer, force employees to be in a building which labor said you must stay out of it. And
Yeah, so that part we understand, but it's the initial, the purchase of a building and not knowing the details of it. So there was not proper due diligence done, and it was a rushed purchase on the side of SAPS.
yeah, I think the forensic investigation currently undertaken by the Minister of Public Works will be able to identify those responsible.
Okay, we have a lot of forensic investigations. Okay, Lieutenant General Vuma said she was once reprimanded by former Minister Ekurhuleni in a meeting in relation to PPEs. Apparently, he wanted a list of companies to be appointed for these PPEs. Were you ever a part of a meeting or a discussion where Lieutenant General Vuma was reprimanded by the Minister Ekurhuleni?
I know that right at the beginning of COVID, there was, at some point, I was in a meeting where there was a problem around suppliers for PPEs. I think in one meeting, the minister said, when we meet, some people, I can't remember who, must come with a list of suppliers. And we went to that meeting, and I think there was either no list or there was very few suppliers. And there was unhappiness. I can't remember the details. There was some unhappiness around why, because the pressure was, we need to acquire these PPEs as soon as possible. Yeah, I remember a little bit on that.
So there was sort of some heated meeting where former Minister Ekurhuleni got involved or made recommendations or was concerned about the companies that were providing PPEs.
As far as I remember, the concern was there was nothing to put on the table. We met and there was some subsequent meeting that's supposed to happen where we're supposed to, because they were looking, whoever have whatever stock let's buy whatever is there. And I think there was little or there was nothing on the table to purchase, and there was unhappiness. I can't.
So he was
remember
unhappy
those
about that.
details,
And the reason we're asking that is because when former Minister Bekitele was here, National Commissioner, he was very animated and very clear that he did not even smell a service provider get involved with procurement in any way, shape or form. So it's surprising that he had engaged in the very least around the matter of suppliers for PPE. But those were his words. I don't even smell, I've never ever smelt a service provider or engaged on anything around procurement at all. Also, just we're going to stay on Lieutenant General Vuma just for a little bit more. Why did SAPS reject her application for legal assistance? And then maybe at the same time, you can just also answer what assessment was used to reject her application.
it's legal assistance for what?
For her court cases.
Normally, the policy of the organization is if you are charged for any crime or misconduct related to corruption and fraud and related, we do not assist with legal assistance.
When you
But of
suspect-
course, if you apply and you get rejected, and if at the end of the day you are found not to have, you are not guilty such that you didn't commit the crime, then you can go back and ask for your money.
Okay, so in her case, just to be clear, it was rejected on the grounds that there was criminality involved.
Yeah, well, even though I am not I'm not sure which specific in terms of rejection, because if it is for the case of the IPID,
Hmm?
they were assisted.
Yeah, no.
I think, yeah, they were assisted. I think the then National Commissioner approved their legal assistance, and yeah, there was.
So you're not sure about the other matters? that
No,
were
no,
referred
yeah,
to?
I'm not
Okay.
sure about the other matters, but on the IPID matter, I know they were assisted. So, yeah.
Okay, so when you suspended Lieutenant General Vuma, how long were you the National Commissioner, or how long had you been appointed as the National Commissioner?
I was appointed 1st April 2022,
And she was,
and in June the same year, that's when we got the court order.
okay. So this court order, what was it exactly? What did the court order say? Because from my understanding, it didn't make, the court order was not about corruption or procurement irregularities or financial misconduct. It was more that they failed to provide a statutory document or something that was for IPID. So IPID requested and they were saying, no, it was a classified document.
Yes. And
Right, yeah.
in that regard, they were assisted with legal
Okay, yeah.
assistance.
So what I'm saying is that you said that you had pressure from the Concord order, but the constitutional court order was just about, it was a statutory obligation that SAPS must provide this classified document. It didn't have anything to do with their misconduct or anything like that. So on what basis did you write to her to ask why she shouldn't be dismissed or suspended?
It is a misconduct in terms of the IPID Act.
That they didn't want to provide a classified document?
Yes. No, that they didn't cooperate with IPID.
But they were arguing that it was a classified document, that's why they didn't. Or did you do an investigation into why they didn't want to, and whether the documents that IPID was requesting, they were trying to cover up some misconduct or corruption?
That's the misconduct that was investigated after the final order of the Constitutional Court came out.
So you think that your decision to suspend her based on them following a process, or her following the process rather, of going to the Concord and allowing the Concord to make a decision on whether they should supply or provide the classified document to IPID, that was justifiable? Because they weren't doing it behind, they actually went to court and they asked the court to rule on it. So you think it was justifiable for them to be suspended, or her to be suspended rather?
Yeah, there was misconduct when right from the beginning there was misconduct.
What was the misconduct outside of, because what I'm trying to say, National Commissioner, is that they went to court to sort a court decision on whether they should provide this classified document to IPID, right?
Mm.
And the court made a ruling, right? And they agreed. So they weren't doing something behind the scenes, right? The court ruling was strictly on a procedural matter, statutory obligation, which they did. I'm saying to you that, did you do an investigation on why they didn't do it? Because it might be the case that they didn't want to provide this document because they were involved in some corruption and this document was going to show that. So that's what I'm just trying to understand. So if you're saying, National Commissioner, that it was just because they did not provide the document and it had to go to the Concord to make that decision, was it justifiable?
Yeah, the investigation was about that. Remember, they were involved in the purchase of some grabber somewhere, and yeah, it was about that.
But who did that investigation? Because the Concord order didn't deal with the merits of the case. It dealt with them providing a document to IPID.
Yes.
And you acted on the Concord order that just said.
But the misconduct happened right at the beginning, when they failure to cooperate with IPID is a misconduct on its own in terms of the IPID Act. So they failed to cooperate with IPID. By cooperating with IPID when they were investigating the matter around those scrappers. So the misconduct starts there. And obviously it ran through all the courts until it went at Concord.
So they prolonged the process.
Yes.
Let's talk about the multiple incidents of her break-ins that you reported at her home. And she also had security assessments done as well. Were you involved?
Break-in what?
At her home, she had 4 break-ins, and on the 4th one, they caught the gang that was breaking into her house and threatening her.
Break into her house?
Lieutenant General Vuma, yeah.
Okay, yes.
You don't know, honestly, National Commissioner, are you surprised?
No, I know. I didn't say I don't know.
Oh, okay. The way you're looking at me like I must tell you the whole story, and I don't, you can see that
No, I'm just worried.
So what I'm asking you, were you involved in that? Because she feels, Becky Kele came here, right? And maybe you should respond to that, because her story is, or her submission and her testimony here is that you and the former minister, Becky Kele, were in cahoots of trying to get rid of her. Right? Even before you became National Commissioner.
Okay.
Right? She's had death threats. She also had a security assessment done. Right? She said that there was a gang that broke into her home, which I'm sure you know. So I'm telling you stories you already know. So I want you to respond, number 1. Were you involved in setting up or behind the break-ins and the threats on her life? Whether it was actually to kill her or just to threaten her or intimidate her?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Do I look like a suspect?
I don't know, I'm asking. We don't know what happens there. We've been hearing stories in SAPS. Nothing surprises us anymore. So we have to ask and remind you that you're under oath, because when evidence comes up later, we go and open cases.
Yeah, no, it's true, Honorable Chair.
And you know, EFF is always first to go and open.
I was not involved. The way I know Minister Kele, you would not have been involved. I know that there was a break-in, yes, and there were people arrested, unless those people say they were sent by me, but I don't know of them that they have been sent by me. I was not involved, Honorable Chair, in that break-in.
You know what former Minister Bekele said when I asked him that question? And you know, in his very animated voice, and I asked him, did you threaten or want to kill Lieutenant General Buma? And his words were, if I wanted her dead, she would be.
Okay.
So what's your first reaction to a former minister saying something like that?
My reaction? Well, I'm not him, so I wouldn't.
No, not him, but I'm just saying like, but you know him and you worked with him for a very, very long time.
Yes.
So would you consider that like a threat to say that? And does he have capacity to be able to just kill someone if he wanted them dead?
Not as far as I know, since I know him, he doesn't have the capacity to kill.
Lieutenant General Kamalo. So you spoke here, we asked you about him stating under oath that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, and you said he's exaggerating. Should we have someone who is head of crime intelligence in the country come to the ad hoc committee, come to Parliament under oath and say such things? And not just to the committee, but to the entire country. Did you engage him about that?
Yeah, I did engage him, Honorable Chair,
And
on that matter. And,
seriously, did you, like in a serious way, and did you reprimand him? Because I don't think it was just an exaggeration.
No, I did engage him, and we all acknowledge that, yes, corruption is a challenge, and Gauteng province is affected to a great extent, but not as far as the 90%.
But my question here is more outside of him. I'm saying that we have a head of crime intelligence, National Commissioner, that can come here. It's either he doesn't take Parliament serious and he can just spew out things that you as SAPS have not done any analysis or any research on and declare to the entire country that 90%. He just said that and he was very serious. It wasn't a joke.
Yeah,
So
well,
how do we take someone like that serious? As a nation, how do we take our head of crime intelligence serious who can come and exaggerate something like that in such a serious platform?
yeah, well, I'm sure he's coming here, Honorable Chair. Maybe he will be able to give you the figures.
No, he's
but,
not coming back. We're done.
Okay.
But I'm saying just you as a national commissioner,
Yes.
do you think we can have faith as South Africans in a head of crime intelligence that can just come in a platform like this and just declare stuff like that?
Yeah, no. It is concerning, and I engage him on that. And
How did you engage him? Just nicely, like, I think you're exaggerating on 90%. Or did you reprimand him?
I said, well, I reprimanded to say, but you can't say
Tell us how you
90%.
reprimanded him because you seem very calm now. We want to see how you reprimand your generals.
Well, I
National
can't
Commissioner, give us a
perform an
example.
act, but I told him that it can't
Yes,
be.
you
No. I
Let
don't.
the nation feel like we have a national commissioner that can reprimand his general.
I can't
Because-
reprimand. Ask them for sure. They know. But
I'm not feeling convinced, but okay. Why do you think, National Commissioner, the level of infiltration or capture in Gauteng is as prevalent as it is? Or what have you done, or how are we going to make an assessment on it?
well, the assessment was done, of course, by the intelligence community, and there are areas where we know what is happening, and we have put projects in, and some around illicit mining, there's been arrest. Some of the matters are still being rounded off, and we will get results as we go on.
Okay.
And of course, Gauteng, remember, Gauteng have got quite a bigger workforce in the country, population say. So, yeah.
I've got like 2 minutes left. Let me ask you just quickly, you said that Kat Mklala is the head of one of the big five cartels. You didn't tell us who the second one was, and you said the three are still under investigation. Who's the second one? And do you actually believe that Mr. Mklala can head a cartel? Or is it a cartel? Okay, I'm asking you too many questions. Is it a cartel in the sense of the word cartel that we see in South American countries, or is it a syndicate? Because your Deputy National Commissioner said we're not on the level of cartels yet.
Yeah, well, maybe the word might be used interchangeably, but
Okay.
it's a close group of people working together.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Kat is one of them, allegedly. And Katie Molefe, I did say it earlier, Katie Molefe allegedly is one of them. And
Who's the second one? Oh, okay. And then the other three, we are waiting.
Correct, yeah, Honorable.
For how long?
Yeah, it depends how quick they round off with the work.
Just my last question is going to be on the General Puklani. He had Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent and their entire investigation done by Northwest SAPS. Is that something that is regular I mean, obviously the scene of the crime, etc., was Gauteng.
Mm.
So can you give us your National Commissioner hat on that investigation, why it was conducted, and is it something that is regular?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. There's nothing irregular in that. You do use, if you feel like you can use local police to do a specific investigation, there's nothing wrong. You get the police from somewhere to come and do the investigation.
But it was pretty much everybody from Northwest, so it wasn't like he put together a team from different provinces. It's like he handed over the entire investigation. I think it was to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Northwest.
Yeah, I can't talk for him, but there's nothing irregular in having Free State members coming to do an investigation in Gauteng. Okay. Actually, now I have Western Cape doing investigation in South Africa on a specific project, only Western Cape.
You won't say that too loud. You can see the DA can just start smiling. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, National Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. No, you have exceeded your time, you know. The next speaker is Honorable Source. Your time starts at 16:55 and it ends at 17:25.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
General, I want us to be clear that I'm not speaking to you from a place of perfection. I'm a chief of sinners myself. But as an MP, despite my shortcomings, I'm required to hold you and others to a certain standard, because to whom much is given, much is expected. This very chambers, many allegations have been made publicly, but no proof has been produced to date. When I directly asked whether some generals or ministers are corrupt, I am told it cannot be said as it's still under investigation. Testimony has pointed to factions and two sides. We have heard it called a Zulu war on the record by former Minister Becky Cele. The State Capture Commission showed us that the elite will simply use the law to protect each other from arrests and punishment. The country is of the view that nothing will really happen to the big shots, General. It looks like this is just political theater, and I refuse to be one of the characters. The law of men might not do much, or it may take too long to act, but the Lord will act. Therefore, I chose today to look to a higher court. Psalms 91 says, "The Lord is a God who avenges. A God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, will the wicked, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne, a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock in whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them." Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Are you done, Honorable Sols?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to request you to repeat that verse. It's a very important verse. You know, when we speak about the Lord, that is a moment of it's a moment of reflection. Do you have the generosity through the benevolence of the chair to repeat that verse or that statement you have just made?
Chair, it's a very serious thing.
Yes, I agree 100% with.
Speak such into the atmosphere.
Mm.
We'll gladly do it again because I know what it means. The Lord is a God who avenges. O God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, will the wicked, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne, a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. but the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanking Honorable Souls for blessing us. But Chair, for the record, I think we need to correct a statement that Honorable Souls has made. I'm sure it was by error. It was not Minister Ele who called it a Zulu war. It was Mr. Madlanga. Just for the record, if we could correct that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Let's hear what Honorable Solis is saying.
It was actually Minister Taylor who said that, because I also questioned him on it. That's why I know.
Yes, what Honorable Sol says is right. The statement was made by the minister saying that he was informed by Madlanga that it's a Zulu war. So before us, that statement was made by former Minister earlier. Honorable Ngola.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's both sides, boss. Even Mr. Madlanga did mention that he was told by the former Minister that he is caught in between a Zulu war. So I think it came from this side to this side, then from this side to this side.
That's fine, Chair.
It was
We don't know where the Zulu war
it
originates. I
was-
withdraw. It's
It
fine.
was an osmosis in reverse. Yeah. Is osmosis and osmoregulation. The next speaker will be Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon,
Let me
honorable member.
start with the PKTT. You earlier said that during questioning that you do not agree that the PKTT should be disbanded. You also, in just an extent, defending the PKTT when the Honorable Breitenbach was questioning you, said that the PKTT's, the proof of the good work that they are doing lies also in the investigations that they are doing with regards to the Big Five cartel. Am I correct?
The Big Five cartel, that is done by our being GC Ops.
But when you answered the question, when you responded to Honorable Breitenbach, you said that the rest of the Big Five cartel will be identified, and it's because of the good work that the PKTT is doing. And you said that is the proof why they are actually doing good work. You remember that you said that?
Yeah, correct, Honorable Chair.
Now, Commissioner, once again, I want to put the question to you that the PKTD cost a lot of money. Do you agree? I think the figure that's in the presentations are about 435 million rand since its inception in 2018. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct. It costs a lot of money, Honorable Chair.
That's more than 62 million rand, more or less, a year. Do you think, or in your opinion rather, does that cost justify the results that was yielded by the PKTT?
According to me, Honorable Chair, yes, they do justify the number of convictions that they had, does justify. And
But it's not a lot of convictions, National Commissioner.
mm,
I mean, it's very, very few if one looks at the figures. If one takes that and you project it to the whole South African police service, if that is what a conviction costs, we have a problem. Because we have to convict a lot of criminals. We have a lot of criminals in this country.
yeah, Honorable Chair, through you, the investigation of this type of organized crime cases are not as easy. And well, out of all of the actions that we did before, the only one that worked for us is this one. Unless the honorable member, you say, let's pack and go back home and life goes on. I'm sure you public were employed by you, you have got a bigger say. If you say so, at the end of the day, it will be it. But from where I'm sitting, the number of convictions, because convictions on this type of matters are not as easy, like a matter related, one would call it sometimes social, where somebody just steps somebody. It's complicated investigations, which one think that I take it that they are serious organized crime, and they went out of their way to do this type of investigations. And from where I'm sitting, I see that there is definitely a value in this type of investigation. Hence, we now extend it to Gauteng. There's a lot of unresolved political cases in Gauteng, and we're looking forward that they are going to be able to make breakthrough in those cases.
So I think we all would agree that political killings and solving those cases, and also through that preventing those type of crimes, the political killings from happening, is important. There's a lot of other complicated crimes in South Africa as well that I think you would agree also requires a lot of resources, and to a large extent has more victims. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I do agree, Honorable Member. Hence, there are certain areas where we have capacities. For example, your Eastern Cape and Western Cape, we have a team of that is dealing with taxi violence. In Western Cape, we have a team that is dealing with gang violence, and now we are going to reinforce further those teams in terms of not numbers, but a different form of a skill to deal with gang violence, especially your Gauteng, Lorado Park, and those areas, and the Cape Flats. We are coming with a different model that we think is going to do our best. So each area you'll find a different form of investigation, and the investigation differs all the time. So I agree with you, yes.
With all due respect, I don't think gang violence is a new problem, and I think it's long overdue, and a lot of the other areas that you mentioned now as well. But be that as it may, Commissioner, wouldn't you then agree that if one looks at this from especially a operational perspective and a financial perspective, that the resources allocated to the BKTT, although the work of the BKTT is important, it does seem disproportionate to other task teams and other priority areas? Would you not agree with that?
Well, the most expensive project out of all this, Honorable Chair, is the gang violence in the Western Cape, not the PKTT.
Yes, but it's, I don't think we can compare it on the exact number, but in terms of the proportionality thereof, this is one team of a few members that's costing 62 million rand a year. if you take the number of officers involved in the gang-related task team, then it's not the same thing. Like you're spending a lot less money proportionately. Would you not agree?
I'll agree that we spend more money on gang violence in the Western Cape with less convictions. Hence, we are changing the model now. And with PKTT, we spend that money that you say is more with more convictions.
Now, I want to get back to you. This question has been asked a lot, but I want to ask it again to you because I started with the statement that you responded to the Honorable Breitenbach by defending the PKTT's existence by saying that they are investigating the Big Five cartel. That's not the mandate of the PKTT. Why is it necessary for the members of the PKTT to do the work of organized crime?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, well, we use police in terms of the skill that they have. Wherever we see that we need that skill, we use it. There is nothing.
Why aren't they then not moved to organized crime? If there's a problem, why aren't those specialized people that then have the skills in organized crime not rather used permanently to fight organized crime, which is a huge problem?
Well, for organized crime, Honorable Chair, I did indicate when I think I was talking to Honorable Breitenbach that there is a strategy that we developed that we are going to have new teams dealing with that. But for now, I said we are taking the expertise of PKTT and we are multiplying it into other areas, like I said. You go to Madlanga team, you'll find elements of PKTT. You go to PKTT Gauteng, you'll find elements of KZN PKTT. That's where we are expanding the skill in that regard. Not take PKTT and put them into organized crime. We don't see it will make any sense that way.
Okay. National Commissioner, you became the National Commissioner on the 31st of March 2022, am I correct?
Correct.
That's 4 years. Your response to a lot of questions today and the previous time you appeared was that you are now doing this. You now have a new framework. You're now doing this. You're acting here. With regards to the security clearance, you're now acting. You changed it now. Why only now? What did you do for at least 3 years before now?
When I took over, Honorable Chair, you'll recall that in terms of numbers, we were challenged. There is a lot that we did. We had to rebuild the whole management of crime intelligence, which we are still rebuilding. Remember, the vetting is done from there. So I did tell you that if there are no numbers we don't employ, there's no way I can get members. But after we have employed this 10,000 times 2 times 3, we have increased the capacities in all areas within SAPS, in various areas. It's still not sufficient, but at least, that's why I said, at least the capacity in CI now, for the first time they vetted the more than 700 people in a year, which never happened before. So, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to have gotten rid of the rot first before bringing in new? Because if you, for instance, have a bag of potatoes and there's one fraught potato in there and you throw in new ones, the new ones are also going to become fraught. Isn't that what's currently happening? You're bringing in new people, you're building capacity, but you're not acting against those that have actually broken the South African Police Service.
We are acting on them. There is quite a number of people that...
Did you act against the bid evaluation committee that approved the tender of Cat-Mclala?
There are people on suspension as you speak, and the process and the disciplinary is going on, but it's not all. some are still coming. The unfortunate part was that the forensic investigation that will assist me exactly who did what was supposed to be finalized in December. Unfortunately, the team have been finalized of risk committee. I was talking over the weekend to the head of risk. They are working day, night, weekends to finalize that report. And she said to me, definitely end of March, I will have the report. So I've acted on some, but to complete the cycle, I need that forensic report.
Those same generals that were involved in the BEC with the Cat Maklala tender was subject to a disciplinary hearing or disciplinary steps not too long ago. Do you know what the outcome of that disciplinary process was?
No, it's, the one I know, it's still pending even now. It's
The
not
one
finalized.
that I'm referring to is a very strange outcome that I've heard about it, but it's very strange. The proceedings were stayed due to the fact that they're permanently stayed, due to the fact that there's no documentary evidence. You see, National Commissioner, that's the problem. This happens under your watch. You're the accounting officer. You're the National Commissioner. The rot is very, very deep. These people are not only involved in one tender. It's not just now. It's years and years and years. You were Deputy National Commissioner before you became National Commissioner. And then when you use words earlier today that we're doing the work, there's no factions. And I want to go to factions quickly. If you say there's no factions, because that was your evidence earlier, but what is it? Is it just individuals? Is it one dog eating each other? Is it dog eat dog? Is that what is happening in SAPS? Because factions will to a certain extent explain it. But if you say there's no factions, what? Oh, let me count my words. What is happening then?
Well, Honorable Chair, if a member of senior management identify a criminal activity or misconduct by another senior management and the steps are taken against that one, you can't call that a faction. It's not a faction.
But it's not consequent. You don't take steps against everybody that transgresses. Why was General Khumalo not suspended at all?
I explained earlier, Honorable Chair, that whatever that is alleged that a member has done it must conform to a misconduct in terms of the regulations of SAPS. If it doesn't conform to that, then how then do you suspend a member?
Well,
otherwise, you will end up suspending members for whoever says this one did this, then you suspend. This one did this, then you suspend. There is policy, disciplinary regulations. You take that which is alleged to have been done, you weigh against the disciplinary regulation, and it must constitute misconduct in terms of the regulations, and you take steps. But if it does not, there's nothing you can do, Honorable Chair.
Why did you try to settle with General Vuma and get her to accept her early retirement and sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Because the amount of money of litigation that we were spending was becoming more and more if one compares to chasing whatever case is there.
But you believe that she was guilty, that there's prima facie evidence of transgressions on her side. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, there was.
But you wanted to settle.
Well,
And so no consequence management at all.
what I'm saying is, Honorable Chair, one did weigh against what we have spent and what we are still going to spend in terms of against the same official. That's how one way that, and if we're going to spend more public money chasing this specific individual and which is closer to pension, then rather the person go.
Well, if she was really,
Those are the options that one way.
if she was really guilty, and if she's guilty, then I think the public would appreciate, even if it costs public money, that an example is set so that this corruption ends. Because the problem is that if one looks and National Commissioner, you were here in the very beginning when we started this process. We all knew a lot of, about the corruption and the allegations and the rot and the poor performance of the South African Police Service. But I think this committee and what we've heard in this long time that we've been busy here is so much worse than we could ever imagine, because the number of people that are actually guilty and that there's allegations and prima facie evidence against is astounding, but there's no consequences. People are suspended, they sit at home with full pay for years and years and years, and then then the cases are dropped and they're appointed at metro police departments with big salaries or any other places, and there's no consequences for transgressions. And a whole national commissioner does that, and that's your testimony, because you wanted to save a little bit of money whilst billions are being stolen from the South African Police Service due to corruption. But you said no example.
But remember, through you, Honorable Chair, remember, it doesn't mean that when you do that, then it's done away with the criminal case and everything. The criminal case is still running.
Where's the criminal cases against General Zuma?
It's still being investigated by DBCI and
For 4 years.
by IDEC.
For 5 years. No, National Commissioner, that's very bad. That's really very
But
bad.
currently, the people that are on suspension, they are starting to go to their trial now. It's only the senior managers that we are enlisting the services of external service providers that we are still awaiting the state attorney to finalize those matters.
Thank you, National Commissioner. I think the bottom line is that you cannot now tell us that you're now going to change the course of the ship that is sinking. You should have done it whilst you were the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing. When you were appointed as the National Commissioner, I know that you had to rebuild a lot of things, but certain steps you didn't take. And now it's as if it's news to you. It's not news to South Africans that suffer due to crime. It's not news to South Africans that see the corruption. And this committee highlighted it. And with all due respect, the buck stops with you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Can I check how many more speakers do we still have? So that Honorable James, that is given. You don't have to raise your hand. I'm planning to adjourn the proceedings after you have spoken. So.
If you do that, I'm gonna tell what you are doing there.
I want to check how many more speakers want to speak after Honorable James. No, don't worry, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Skosada, before he took the microphone, he said no. Honorable Shongwe will come later in the proceedings. Anyway.
But Chair, do you think you also have a Senzo Mchunu syndrome? Do you think you have a Senzo Mchunu syndrome as well? Later doesn't mean last.
Yeah, no, last is Honorable Cameron.
Okay.
Honorable James, you are 20 minutes, start now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General. How are you today?
Afternoon, Honorable Member. I'm fine, and you?
I'm good, thank you. General, do you realize that with great responsibility, the responsibility that you carry, comes great sacrifice as well?
I know, Honorable James.
You're aware the sacrifices that comes with this job.
I sacrifice every day, day and night. You know, you would know better. You phone me anytime. Yeah, thanks.
I would have loved to hear you say, I sacrificed those parties that I was invited to by
Well,
General Sibia.
I didn't know there are issues, Honorable James.
Because right now, do you realize that it could have been a setup?
Yes,
Knowing that what we know now,
yes,
because parties are networking opportunities.
correct.
So General Sibia was flexing, showing off his muscle, inviting the cartel, having you there as well, and exposing you to a cartel. Do you realize that? Now, when we look at everything,
Yeah, now I realize, yes, it might have.
yeah, you were
happened.
being set up properly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to move straight away to what you and I touched on earlier on, right? Because ek het nog genoeg gehoor van PKTT. I want to hear about Gauteng counterintelligence, because that's where it's burning. Am I right?
You are correct, Honorable Member.
That we are barking up the wrong tree here. Am I right? By probing so much on PKTT and not probing about what's happening in the STARS team. Because this is where our eyes and ears are meant to be. We've heard a lot, we've heard many testimonies come and many people testify before this committee, generals, and give us the exact status about the PKTT. We haven't heard anything about the Gauteng counterintelligence. Can you tell us here today, since you said earlier on that your analysis showed that there's a clear link between this task team, that there was intention to stop the work of this task team, and this is why the disbandment of PKTT came along. Am I right?
Yes, Honorable.
I want to then ask you, how many active cases does this task team have?
I don't have figures, but.
More or less.
No, it's quite a number. Must be between 10 and 20.
Between 10 and 20 cases. Okay, what is the nature of these cases?
One is murders, case of drugs, case of gangs, cartels working together. Those are the type of cases.
Drugs, gangs, the ones General Konaze was referring to. Remember General Konaze said that they're setting up our communities, selling drugs, distributing drugs. Gangsters, we cannot get a grip on it. He spoke about the cartels.
Yeah, it's about the manufacturers and distribution,
Of
import,
drugs.
export.
Everything that's like a department, it's like a company with various departments.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Honorable Member, as we say, it's a counterintelligence investigation. We can just go as far as that.
Yes, I know. What is the progress of these investigations, these 10 or 20 investigations?
So you are asking, as I tell you, how far are we
Yeah,
with the other three?
yeah. Before someone tries to stop it again, we want to know.
No,
Because it seems like there's heat coming from this team.
yeah, no, we are getting there, Honorable Chair. It's safe to say so.
You
I can't
can't
say
give me more.
I can't say we are getting closer to who, but the investigation is progressing quite well. And
Any arrests made to date?
any arrests?
Yes, there has been.
Well, this arrest, yes, they've been made and they interlinked, yes.
Kat Matlala is one of the arrests that's been made.
Correct, Honorable.
Molefi, one of the arrests that's been made.
Correct.
35 charges of all sorts, Molefi. Murder, everything, drugs, same with Kat. Correct?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
And you say this is the task team that wanted to be stopped. I want South Africans to have a clear picture of this team, the task team that wanted to, that the minister intended stopping. So you are saying to us today that the minister intended to stop a task team that made arrests of people that has 35 charges, Mr. Molefe, of murder and all sorts of things, drug dealing, drug manufacturing, the same with Mr. Madlanga. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I said so earlier, Honorable
Thank you,
Chair.
sir.
Yes.
One of the cases in this task team, does it involve Senzo Mchunu? I can't pronounce that, but anyway.
Senzo.
Can someone
Meiwa.
say that surname? Dankie.
No. Meiwa is a different, it's a cold case team that is dealing with Meiwa case.
Jerry Boshogo,
It's correct, yes, same.
part of it. Okay. Murder of witness D,
Murder of witness D is the Madlanga investigation task team. Of
Okay.
course, it does have elements of both, yes, but it's a different one.
all right. So it is clear today that we should have been asking more questions about this task team, but clearly you also cannot reveal too much about it because of the sensitivity of the nature of the cases being investigated here and the links to politicians.
Yeah, no, we can't reveal much. There is still.
But there's a
other-
politician linked here earlier on, and you said earlier on that the wrong task team was disbanded and the politician is the minister.
No, I never said the politician is the minister. The question was, is there politicians and
No,
senior
sir.
police
We
officials?
asked you earlier on, this morning when there was a clarity question, I said, did the minister disband the wrong team? And you said yes.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, no, that-
So by virtue of you saying yes, the politicians involved in this is the minister. He's one of the people that's been earmarked in these investigations because of the links, because of the chats, because of the exchanges that has been presented. We
Yeah,
are
no, that-
connecting the dots here. So it
Yeah.
is the minister.
yeah, no, that is under investigation, yes.
General praat net die waarheid.
Yeah.
That's all.
Ek praat, Honorable Chair,
Yeah, we want to feel you today.
but I will not venture into investigation.
Yeah, but there are certain
Chair.
things where the writing is on the wall. Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very interesting to know that.
No, there's still more charges coming for those that are out there. Even those that we've arrested already. There's
Okay.
more coming.
Let's not
So,
compromise.
it's there, yeah.
I wouldn't want to
it
compromise the
has-
cases because I actually want to see these people that's been feeding drugs to our communities behind bars. Because it definitely is a cartel. It is a cartel. We thought that it's a syndicate, but it's a cartel simply because a cartel has basically infiltrated even the state and now serving as ministers. That is the extent, because that is exactly like the likes of Pablo Escobar. I'm going to move on. You previously indicated that there were efforts to disband the GC ops. What do you think, what was the main motive behind this and who stood to benefit?
As I said earlier, Honorable Chair, if it got, if it got disbanded, so of course, those that would have benefited, this arrest of Madlanga Ketim, they would not have been there, or they would have gone out of bail forever. So they would have benefited, them and others would have benefited.
So if the minister had disbanded this team, we would have seen an individual, a criminal with 25 charges and 35 charges of murder walk the streets today. Is that what you're saying?
I said what I said, Honorable
I
Chair.
want us to be
Yes.
so clear. I want South Africans to hear
Yes,
this.
no. Yes, if the team was disbanded, yes, you wouldn't have these people going for trial now. You wouldn't have had them.
Based on the evidence presented in various forums, including commissions of inquiry, do you believe the criminal syndicates or even the cartel structures have infiltrated SAPS where we're at now?
Yes, no, we do agree they have infiltrated, correct? They've infiltrated the SAPS, yes.
So the cartel has infiltrated SAPS. The cartel has infiltrated the state and the cartel has infiltrated also SAPS, which is basically the same thing, but
Agree, Honorable Chair, but not only SAPS, other arms of state also,
as well.
yes.
So what General Kwanazi said was true. When you reference the infiltration of the various departments.
Yeah, no, I agree, Honorable Chair.
I want to ask counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is meant to probe and investigate police officers based on if there's a threat or a risk associated to them. Am I correct? Within
And,
SAPS, they sort of investigate police.
Yeah, that's part of their mandate.
Okay, so in all of this that has been happening for years now, where was counterintelligence in all of this? Waar slaap hulle? Where are they in all of this? We've never even heard of counterintelligence. Policemen are compromised on a daily basis. We hear about police being corrupt in our communities. Why don't we see the deployment of counterintelligence to various stations where you hear that, you know, police are corrupt, they get taking chocho from drug dealers, and we hear all these sorts of things. Where is counterintelligence and why are they so inactive?
Well, after we increase the numbers, you won't see them, but at least you will see their actions. There's quite a number of takedowns that they do now in terms of, I spoke about earlier about an arrest of a brigadier. That's counterintelligence, just an example. So
Give
you
us
will
your
start-
annual stats. How many
will
policemen
start
have they
seeing-
taken down? Now that we know that SAPS has been captured by a cartel, how many members has this counterintelligence department, unit, whatever you call it, taken down?
It was quite a number, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, but I don't have figures. I just give an example of one, but there is more than that they are busy with, and yeah, I'm sure some will see soon unfolding.
Okay. General, there were 3 members that appeared before this committee not so long ago, and members gave us, said that there were drugs stolen from the labs. It was on camera, the drugs were in the bin, they reported it. They gave us a list of dozens of generals to which they reported this to. It was Colonel Ramolebo, Colonel Malachi, Colonel Ramalepe. Do you know them? Are you familiar with these names?
I am familiar with the names, Honorable.
Yeah, and they told us that they went from pillar to post. And at one stage, someone told them about, no, we can't deal with this now. You're just going to open up another can of worms. They reported victimization. They reported about drugs going missing. And they went to everyone and no one assisted them, including you. Can you tell me how far is this matter?
Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, the matter, they did come to me to report. I took the file, I tasked the Division Inspectorate, and Inspectorate investigated the matter. And most of the matters in there have been investigated before and finalized. Some not really, or we don't know what happened to them. And Inspectorate did identify that there are certain areas which they don't know exactly what happened. Then I says, okay. They gave me feedback recently, I think Thursday last week. Then I said to the Inspectorate, now I'm tasking you to go and investigate those areas. But some of the matters, for example, somewhere I think they were accusing some brigadier's appointment wrongly, and that person was dealt with, fired. And then, but the person went through SSBC, the arbitration, won the arbitration, and is back. So, but some of those matters has been attended, but there are those that are not finalized, which I task this team now to say, now, you are not going to investigate, we are rectifying, you do this, you do this. For example, at the forensic, I introduced that there be a SOP in terms of the movement of drugs, how it should be done. So that's a new thing. But I went further to engage the NDPP to say, I can't be sitting with a huge lot of drugs. Internationally, they are no more doing that. They confiscate drugs, take samples, destroy, and you keep your samples. If the sample says drugs, then you know what you destroy as 10 kg is drugs. So fortunately, the current NDPP is buying into that, and we are finalizing our SOP in that regard. That will reduce, for me, that I must keep looking for storage of drugs. It will reduce drugs a lot. So we'll only have a little bit of samples. But there has been SOPs in that regard. And some of the matters, without specifying one by one of these members, I said they must be investigated, and we start rectifying. The team gonna start rectifying. I haven't seen them because I saw the investigation team only on Thursday.
Okay.
So I haven't seen
So-
these members to give them feedback yet.
All right, so you intend giving them feedback on their matter?
I will after
Please,
a year
Chair.
after, because I was busy preparing to come here. So I will be able to give them that feedback.
Thank you very much. And then I have one more, not one, but two more questions.
But you
We-
should not only accept that they are victims, because they might also somewhere be wrong, because some of them were found.
That's fine, General, as long as there's movement
we are
and
doing-
as long as there's communication.
Thank
I
you.
also want to know, you touched on exhibits in the lab. Now, this is the reason why they go missing, because these cartels and these cronies within SAPS, they create the problem, you throw money at it, and then the cycle starts all over again. I want to ask, the exhibits, all the drugs, because I've been part of the drug dismantling operation a few times. For how long do these drugs stay in the lab? Let's say we have a big drug bust at Tambo now and we confiscate millions worth of drugs. How long does it stay in your lab? What's the longest time drug exhibits has stayed in that lab?
Well, they stay in the storage, not necessarily in the lab, but they stay until the case is
Which
finalized.
is how long? Give us an estimation of years.
Well, it depends when the case finalized. Some cases take 5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
So we're saying we have a drug bust today, and this drug bust will only conclude within 5 to 7 years.
If there is an arrest, but if there is no arrest, get tested and disposed of. Where there are areas where we do confiscations, for example, and you end up not knowing who's the owner of the lab, especially those labs that are in the farms.
Before I forget this question, just while we're on drugs, you mentioned earlier on the case that happened at DCS where the drugs was found outside with the member, I agree with you, that she couldn't be charged. You said that this case, for some weird reason, happened under the 6th administration. And this case keeps on popping up. This case where they allege that General Konaze didn't make a drug arrest. Can you tell us why this case keeps popping up?
I have got no idea, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member. I have got no idea why it came all of a sudden during this administration. But you'll recall what General Mkhwanazi said, I think in the portfolio committee, it was communication between him and Mkhotsi. That's how the case ended up coming back again. But I don't know the details, why something that was resolved come up now.
Do you think it's an attempt to smear General Konazi?
That's what I think, nothing more than that. That's what I would think. Yeah.
General, I just want to see. If drugs and firearms are leaking from within SAPS structures, which is extremely concerning. Looking at what happened over the weekend, the mass shooting in Eldorado Park, where 6 people were shot, a young girl, 18 years old, shot in her head. Looking at the previous week, the mass shooting in Westbury. Looking on the Cape Flats, the mass shooting on Lavender Hill. I think there were 3 or 4. All these mass shootings, drug-related. Looking at the weekend, when I watched 2 gangs in Hanover Park, a gang fight live on TikTok for 2 hours, where eventually they were shooting at each other, smashing people's homes, and not a single SAPS van showed up. Does that not qualify General Konazi's statement where he said they are setting us up, our communities up for failure? Does that not directly link to this cartel that you are investigating?
For now, I wouldn't say, but yes, it's possible that eventually there is drugs. Where there are gangs, there is drugs. So there should be, in one or another, a link. Hence, in terms of drugs, there is agreement with the NDPP, and we spoke about firearms, but we haven't finalized it because on firearms also, my view is, which I told him, is that normally firearms are not required at court as evidence. They accept the 112 statement. So why should then we keep the firearm all along, which we can test the firearm, there is proof it's firearm, and it is this specific firearm, and then we destroy it. So that part also I am currently exploring it with the NDPP so that we can see if that can be accepted and the judiciary accept, then we'll have no more these huge or big storages of firearm. As they come, then we know. We sample and we destroy.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you, Chair. No more parties, General. Thank you.
Go.
Thanks,
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General Masemola.
The 30 minutes expires at 18:18.
Afternoon, Honorable Member.
Thank you for coming back, General. And I think when you get to me, you are towards the tail end. We are almost done. We truly appreciate your cooperation. General, there's just been, maybe let me explain what I want to do so that even as we ask you the same questions, you understand that for us now, this is really the final stretch, as I'm saying. There's been evidence that has been led, there's been counter allegations and so forth. And to be honest, let me not speak for everybody, I don't know what to make of most of it. What has been your view about what you've been hearing, by some of your colleagues that have come here? What makes it difficult for me, at least, to come to a conclusion is that I think there in SAPS, I don't know how to say this in English, so when you don't agree on something, this one opens a case, this one goes DC, this one says there's allegations. So what do you make of this whole issue?
Thanks, Honorable Member and Honorable Chair. I don't think it's more. There are dedicated men and women that are doing the work. But yes, there are those that will concoct things just for the sake of tarnishing other people's name and or arresting them. And unfortunately, you might find that on the other leg of the justice cluster, they might have their own people in, if you go to NPA. So there are those type of things. But there are men and women dedicated to do the work, and where there is those that commit crime, action is taken.
Okay, why would we believe you, for example, over anybody else?
Well, it's not about, I'm telling the story of what I know, but at the end of the day, it is for the honorable member whether to believe or not to believe. But I'm sure you have seen colleagues have come in, we've seen facts coming out. I'm sure you've seen what comes out at the Madlanga, and I'm sure you're still gonna see more. That's when you'll get a better understanding of what is happening.
Okay, your answer to the previous question actually made me think of one of the questions that I had. You know, in the evidence that has been presented to us, there's obviously been allegations against SAPS itself, criminal intelligence, IPED, and IDEC. Now, as National Commissioner, what do you make of the relationship between these institutions, and what do you think needs to be done? Because even now, you were just saying, you know, some people then have access to a certain component of the justice system. What needs to happen here between SAPS, IPED, and IDEC so that they are not used in these battles between police officers?
Yeah, I think one of the things that should maybe be looked at thoroughly is these agencies should look at how you employ, for example, because you sometimes find a poor performer, let's say in SAPS. I don't want to say useless person, a poor performer. That will leave SAPS, but then you find him in this other, what do you call, institutions. And you know the person's capability. And so, but when one is there, objective is just to do 1, 2, 3, whether there's any material, yes or no, but doing certain things. So, yeah, I think there needs to be some sort of, we employ police, IPED employ IPED people, IDEC employ IDEC people. Not employ SAPS from SAPS to IPED and to IDEC. Somewhere you're gonna find a group disgruntled about sitting other group, and the fight will continue. But at the same time, where there is wrongdoing, especially people involved in this organized criminals, there has to be dealt with by both agencies. There has to be dealt with, not a matter of like what we just said now with the Honorable James of smear campaigns, those type of things. No, really deal with where there are problems, deal with it.
Okay, thanks, General. Now, you said in your testimony, I think you were speaking to Honorable Nola, you said the PKTT could not be disbanded because the threat for which it was established was still there. What do you mean by this? Because Minister Mchunu testified that in the year before he sought to disband the PKTT, there was only one political killing. Maybe you could tell us that in this year, how many political killings have we had so that we can understand what you meant by the threat for which it was established is still there?
Well, one of the political killings I would still remember is that is last year, March, is the one of Mandini, and there has been others thereafter. I can't really offhand recall, Honorable.
Give us a ballpark number.
But also remember there is cases that they are carrying, that they are investigating.
No, I get that, General. I would
Yes.
assume, because where I was going is to then understand if these matters are ready to be enrolled or whatever, why the team needs to be there. I mean, we have listened, you know, throughout these proceedings, the numbers that, for example, you have Honorable James putting in terms of deaths in the Cape Flats, in terms of drug-related issues. So I'm trying to get to this PKTT, this threat that it's protecting, leave the ones that, because I'm sure most even when you were proposing winding down, you would wind down, but people who are running cases, investigations, those remain. So how big is this threat now as it sits based on the number of 1 in the previous year? And in this year, would it be, you've had more than 10 political killings?
Yeah, I don't want to guess. I didn't do that. Unless at some point break, I check, but I don't want to. But bear in mind that there is over 50 traditional leaders cases where from KZN that the team is investigating. I think in 1 or 2 cases, they've made a breakthrough. There is still more than 48 to go that they must. Remember when these things happening, we just gave them extend that mandate to investigate traditional leaders because in KZN, they were killed in quite big numbers. So there is still a lot of work to do in there.
Okay, and then the average case cycle time for the PKTT as opposed to ordinary detectives, would you be able to give me a sense?
You might not be, no, I don't really want to guess, but I know that some cases that there were sentences recently are cases from 2021, 2022, which there have been sentences now recently, but that needs to be worked out and one be able to give it.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the PKTT has got shorter case cycle times than ordinary detectives?
No, not shorter, Honorable Chair. Not shorter because their cases are quite complicated. So if there was time, I could share this with you. Cases of 2017, 15, 18. This page is full of 2017, 18, and 19. And it's been finalized with a guilty verdict. So
I think I've got that presentation, General. I think I was looking for more, you know, the indicators that you use to measure success, whether there's different processes in terms of ballistics, whether it's budget, but because you said, and I'm quoting you directly here, you said, this thing is doing well. And throughout these proceedings, we've been wanting to get to understand this thing that's doing well. But let's move on. When Mr. O'Sullivan was testifying here, he says that he received information that on the 3rd of July and the 4th of July at the Police College in Pretoria West, you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi were putting finishing touches on the presentation General Mkhwanazi would use on the 6th of July. Were you involved in the drafting of that media statement, General?
I think it's the evidence that I gave already that the team came to brief me and I tasked them to work on the presentation for me and they did work on it.
But then you said General Mkhwanazi went further.
Yeah.
So you were not involved in the further. And what did you then do when you realized he went further than what he had briefed you on?
Well, after he have done what he have done, so that was what under the breach and it was in the public domain. So
is it the same sort of attitude that you had when General Khumalo said 90% of Gauteng is corrupt? Like, was it like, oh, okay, it's water under the bridge?
no, I don't say it's the same matter, but there was no reason for me to chastise him after he have read what he have read. He went overboard. So I didn't see that need.
Okay. In the evidence that you've given here, General Masemola, you don't seem to support this notion that there's lots of corruption in the criminal intelligence secret service account, the so-called slush fund. Is that because you believe that all is well there? I mean, I know you spoke about an unqualified report, but in all this time, so everybody who alleges mismanagement, corruption in the slush fund, do you dispute that?
I don't say all is well. No. What I'm saying is there is some elements of people there that would want to get their hands on the Secret Service account and do their nefarious things. But because they are being blocked, they will always cry out and cry loud that there is corruption, so that everybody attend and go, there is corruption. But when you get there, you don't find any corruption, which in actual fact, they want you to shift those people that are controlling the environment well, so that they can get in and start doing their illicit things.
Okay, so as we're sitting here now, and this is why I was telling you, you know, that we're trying to mop up, you are saying to us, your evidence at this point in time is that the criminal intelligence secret services account is run well, and we would therefore have no basis to come to a conclusion of corruption in the secret services account.
Yeah, no, I did say that currently, yes, there is it?
Okay. Security clearance before appointment, how long does this take, and does this not affect your ability to recruit members quite quickly? Is it not hampering the work of the police?
Indeed, it will, Honorable Member. Hence, I spoke to the DG of SSA that he needs to devise means and put much speed and pressure on this, because for now, let's say I think I've got 12 posts that I've given them, but currently I've got quite a lot, over 48 posts of SMS that are vacant that I'm going to advertise. So those must via through them.
Okay,
So
that may be a problem. And then have you signed an MOU already with SIU for lifestyle audits for SMS?
we are in the process. Our legal teams are finalizing that.
Okay. General Masemola, how do alerts work in criminal intelligence? I'm asking this because we've heard evidence that said that criminal intelligence, or the SAPS, was informed before the murder of Comrade Sindiso Magat. What happened to that alert, and how was it that Sindiso was still killed when the police were informed before time?
Yeah, well, that also happened before my time, and it also happened before Dumisani Kumalo's time.
Have you looked into it at all, General?
We look into it, we're investigating it, we are on top of the situation. It's just that it's a matter of you can't do D before you do X. So that is a matter of chess that has to happen now. Hence, there is a witness that is in witness protection currently. But we are on top of the situation, on top of the case. It will be resolved, but
And you will give an indication how that lapse happened, that we lost Sindiso Magat?
yeah, I think, yes, at some point, through court processes that will come out, and why, after even that.
Why the police failed?
Yes,
General, what happened to General Mfazi, and what is happening with the investigation of his murder right now?
Honorable Chair, with the investigation of General Mfazi is done by the called case unit, which is doing the Senzo Mchunu. They are mostly busy with those two cases. They are progressing quite well. I regularly meet the team that the progress seems to be quite not going, but they say the investigation is quite complex. I am sitting on top of them. Actually, I said they must tell me if they want extra hands so that we can push that investigation.
Okay, his family and a former officer who served with him, they are saying that they have got no communication. They don't know if the police are still looking into this. Is it a matter that you are communicating with the family and you're making a commitment that it's receiving the necessary attention?
Yeah, no, I've seen a letter, I think, written by the family where they were communicating with the investigator. And I did undertake to the investigator that I will go even, well, I heard what the investigator is saying, but I said, I will myself also go and see the family.
General, how is it possible that Mr. Matlala's background was not picked up when he was awarded the Medicare 24, what? I mean, the guy is sitting with 8 cases and all of that. So when they do due diligence, don't they look at the directors?
Yeah, the procurement system or process currently, I don't think they provided for that. It's once you are on the CSD, Central Database, you are then eligible. But however, indications are that because he was working with some people in SAPS, hence that which you say did not happen. Hence after even his arrest, we pick up a lot of other cases that we're investigating.
Okay, because
So-
it would be worrying if, I mean, you would have criminals providing services to the SAPS. That's the infiltration you're talking about. But I'm interested to find out, maybe if we could just unpack this infiltration of SAPS by cartels. By the way, let me ask, when, if I'm not mistaken, General Mkhwanazi had said there are 3 cartels. I don't mean 3 members or of one, there were 3 cartels. The Big 5 was one of the cartels. What happened to the other 2 cartels? Who are those other 2 cartels, not members?
Yeah, I don't seem to recall. Maybe he'll remind you when you come here. But what I know, there's one
This one
cartel
cartel, okay.
dealing with quite various lot of crimes.
Okay, I want to explore this notion of the cartel having infiltrated SAPS with Minister Mchunu at the center. Now, there has been no evidence that has been led in this committee that is showing how Minister Mchunu is linked to the cartel. I know that Honorable Souls and I took a lot of flack for this when people were saying that we're defending minister, but we are purely asking, like we'll ask everybody else, of evidence to support the statements that are being made. Now, all that has been presented to us over the last 6 months or so is WhatsApp messages between Mr. Brown Mkhotsi and Mr. Kat Matlala. Something with Cedric Sebia, Brown Mkhotsi, Kat Matlala. We have yet to see the link directly with Minister Mchunu. There's assumptions, I think, that are made that Brown Mkhotsi would have been instructed by the minister. Mr. Kat Matlala went, swore an affidavit, he doesn't know the minister. Brown Mkhotsi says he was never instructed by the minister. Minister says, no, this one is a comrade or an acquaintance or whatnot. Can you help us here? In fact, the direct questions we were asking them, is the minister part of this drug cartel? And I actually want to quote a short conversation with you, was with Honorable Souls and Lieutenant General Kumar. Honorable Souls asked the minister, asked General Kumar, is Minister Mchunu part of the drug cartel or drug gang in Gauteng? Lieutenant General Kumalo says, as per my affidavit, the involvement of the minister is up to now, where I explained in terms of the links, which are indirect links with the cartel under investigation. Mr. Saul says, is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no? Is he or is he not part of it? Lieutenant General Kumalo says it's a no. If it's supposed to be a yes or a no, it's a no. Now, I'm putting this to you again, General, because everybody wants us to accept a version without evidence. Where you are sitting now, do you have evidence that Minister Mchunu is part of a drug cartel?
Well, I don't have that evidence, but however, I'm aware that the investigation is underway in terms of the disbandment of the PKTT. You see, the writing of that letter, the objective that is being investigated as to what was the purpose for writing that letter. That is what is under investigation, is overseen by various others. And I'm sure it will, at the end of the day, it will prove whether what was the purpose for writing that letter at the end of the day.
Yeah, I want to come to the letter, which is going to be my last point anyway, because now Minister Mchunu puts his own version of why he wrote this letter. And I want to start with your evidence that you led before this committee. It was on page, I'm trying to think. It was in your statement where you said, it was, oh, jeez, I can't see anymore. It was page 287, I think paragraph 8.4. And I'm quoting you, you said, I accepted the directive fell within the oversight powers of the minister, but held the view that his insistence on how and when the task team can be deactivated overreached into my constitutional mandate as the National Commissioner of Police to manage and supervise the police service. Is that still your evidence, General?
It's still, it won't change. It's still my my evidence, honorable member. But what I'm saying is the main objective. Still, one don't understand why was he doing it, because he was doing it on a team that is doing the work and productively doing work that they know better.
Okay, let me put a theory to you and then you'll tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and again, General, I'm asking you because I'm probably going to put this theory to these comrades of the ANC before we come to the ad hoc. If I were to say to you, my belief is that Minister Mchunu may have acted irrationally. He may have overstepped, not that his action was unlawful, he may have overstepped. And perhaps he may have been misled, but I don't know who could have misled him because we haven't seen any evidence to that effect. Would you think that I am wrong?
I cannot answer it with a yes or no. I don't know. I think he's the best person to can be able to explain that. The crux of the matter here is he disbanded a team that he knows nothing about. He have had nothing about this team, no briefing whatsoever, just wake up and he disbanded. And he had the opportunity to listen to what is the team doing. So that's where I can stop thinking.
Okay. So finally, no, I still have some few minutes left. General, this issue of expeditious hearings, I think you call them. There's allegations that I think it's called Section 9. I think that it's
9.
Yeah, it's very much abused to remove generals that were officers that you know you may have issues with. Can you explain to us how it works? Whether, in your view, indeed it's being abused, and whether you think there's any policy gaps that need to be tightened there.
Thanks, honorable member. I do not think that the regulation is abused. The regulation was developed for one purpose, that where there is overwhelming evidence of wrongdoing, then regulation 9 is used, and it has been used. Previously, when that regulation was started, I'm one of those that was totally against that regulation. But it was said that even in terms of labor law, it's an acceptable standard that it is. But we have since agreed with the unions now that we are going to dispense with it. Of course, it will be functional until the minister signs new regulations, which we have with the unions agreed. The legal service is drafting it. It's not a police intervention even that might even require this committee's intervention, but we have already done work around it and we agree that we don't want to, we are going to do away with it, and that as soon as the legal service finalized, the minister will then be engaged and sign off, and then that is it.
Had you briefed the minister about the activities at the borders?
Activities at the borders.
Yeah, in the directive, he gave 3 directives, right, in the letter. It was
Yes.
the moratorium on vacancies, and then the issue about the Border Management Authority. I'm trying to think what, but had you briefed him on those 2 items,
Yeah, he was briefed.
on both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you then came to this decision to investigate the reason for the disbandment of the PKTT, you said you asked him in one meeting, why does he want to disband? Then he said something that Ngavagalio you couldn't hear. When you sought to investigate his reasons, I know they sort of fell into your lap, but have you looked for any other possible reason except for the fact that he's a member of a drug cartel?
No, the investigation is still underway. It will be able, the investigation. will
So we
prove
can't
as to-
make any conclusive statements then if
Not
you're still
now.
investigating.
Investigation is still underway, honorable member. So it will indicate as to what is.
No,
the-
thank you, General. You've assisted me because I didn't want us to leave here thinking you are saying you are conclusive, you are still investigating. So we can't make that determination at this point. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, General Masemola.
Thank you.
Thanks, honorable member.
Thank you so much. It's 30 minutes exactly. I want to thank you so much. Honorable Shongwe. No, I promised you 30 minutes, don't worry. We are, after the chief whip, it's you. Chief whip, your time starts now.
Chief Whip. No, thanks, Chair.
After him is you.
No, thanks, Chair. General, I want to start from where Honorable Sangon left, given the answer that you provided. In terms of our records or the information at our disposal, is that when we do an assessment of the statement or the affidavit you deposited in court on the matter relating to Lieutenant General Sbiya and your assertion before the ad hoc committee, there is a bit of a contradiction there. Because, and when you answer, you'll tell me if our reading of that is wrong and in what way is it wrong. Because it seems to me that exactly on the paragraph that she was quoting, you had accepted that the minister's directive was within his authority, but on the court papers, on the Sbiya matter. But the problem that you were concerned about is his desire or a determination to also decide the pace with the usage of the word immediately. But when we interacted with you as an ad hoc committee, I got an impression that you were fundamentally opposed to the directive and seeing it as not being lawful, which I'm saying appeared to me at least to signal a particular contradiction in terms of your position on this matter. May you please comment on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. What I said is that if, let's say for argument's sake, I don't know the exact words that you are quoting me. If, let's say, indeed he have authority to do it, the manner in which it was done, I feel it was wrong. But at the same time, I still maintain that my view, I think he went beyond his mandate of in terms of the constitution of developing national policy and giving directions. But at the end of the day, it's for the committee to adjudicate as to where is, which area can, how far can the minister go and not. Because I might understand the law differently or whatever. But I do acknowledge that, yes, you would recall that I developed a plan of winding down, meaning I said the minister was not asking me to disband, he was directing me to disband. So I accept, I disband, but I was saying not your way of immediately, but let's rather do it in this fashion. I don't see much, but there is a contradiction there, Honorable Member.
I'm saying that because you see the way you have been, when you were engaging with us, when you came before the committee, and I think even now, you are very categorical in your own words that the minister was wrong. Very categorical. You are very forward about that, forthright. But I'm saying that does not come out exactly the same way on the affidavit that was deposited in court on your behalf and by yourself on the matter relating to Lieutenant General Spear. That's the point I was raising. Okay. That you are not as categorical on that affidavit as you were and are still before the ad hoc committee, that you think this was a wrong decision. Because before the ad hoc committee, your contention was that the authority did not lie with the minister to take such a decision. That's the impression I got, and you tell me if I'm wrong. But in the affidavit, the wording suggests, the way it has been crafted, is that, well, never mind the decision and the authority, never mind the authority to decide the way the minister decided. My main concern relates to him regulating the implementation, which you believe fall exclusively within your own domain as the National Commission.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, well, I can't remember the exact words, but what I said is, let's say for argument's sake, he have the powers that he was doing it. Then if that's the case, the manner in which he was going on dictating, I think that was overboard. It's just an extension of what I'm saying. So we might understand it differently, but I was saying if he have that power, but going as far as saying, do it now, I think that would have been overboard if he have that power.
From where you are sitting now, General, do you think that he had that power?
It's some matter that the committee must decide on.
No, but your own
Honorable
opinion,
Chair.
because
My-
you are our national commissioner.
Yes, my own opinion, an opinion which might be wrong or right. I don't think he had the power to go as far as disbanding a task team, not even a unit, but a task team. I don't think he have that power.
But then generally, I mean, he gave you that instruction or directive. And assuming that, as you are putting it, you were of the opinion that he did not enjoy this kind of authority. I would imagine that therefore would have resulted in the directive being unlawful. In a way, it would have resulted to that situation. Now, why would our national commissioner engage himself in the process that implements something that is likely to be unlawful? That's number one. Number two,
Yeah.
what would you say, General, to somebody that says, no, The National Commissioner was cooperating and moving along until the intervention by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Had Mkhwanazi not intervened the way he did in public, the National Commissioner would have proceeded the way that he and the minister would have agreed upon. I mean, the plans that you were working on, the date that were being extended, 14 January, extension to another date and another date. So how do you respond to somebody that says, here is a National Commissioner who was prepared to move along with something that, as a seasoned police officer, he was not convinced was in the best interest of the country, but he was prepared to move along with it for whatever the reasons, and only got assisted by the intervention of a provincial commissioner who was not happy with the developments as they were unfolding. How do you respond to such a person?
I'm on record, Honorable Chair, that I'm on record having said that this directive was not to say, I request you to want to, it was a directive, do it. And I asked for time to engage the minister. That time didn't come. I proposed my plan, sent to him. I waited for response. Response didn't come. I did all that I could do, in terms of complying with the directive. But I did make it clear to him that I think maybe, well, he's a responsible elder person. You would recall on the meeting of 6 March where I said, I asked the minister, Minister, why are you doing this? Take us into confidence so that we know. So that shows you that I was not happy in this directive. Hence, postpone the meeting 27 March came, there was no decision, and there was no disbandment of PKTT. That me and you know, they were still working.
Well, there's a particular reason why I may appear to be staying over this matter a bit longer, because I understand that as a police officer, you cannot implement a decision that is unlawful. Because in this case, it's not about whether you like the decision or you don't like it. In this case, the question arises about whether the person who's deploying the decision, deciding on the decision, enjoys the authority in terms of the law. But when you move along, if we were to say the Mkhwanazi incident did not happen in July, where do you think we will be by now? Because why was it not easy for you to say, I've been a police officer for more than 3 decades. I know what you want me to do is wrong and I don't agree with it. And so as a consequence of my view on this matter, I'm not going to carry it away. I'm not going to carry this instruction. And then the minister will decide. If he says, well, if you can't carry this instruction, I'm going to the employer, your employer, which is the president, and tell him that you are not listening to my directive. Then that gives you an opportunity together with the minister or respectively to go and appear before your employer and say, yes, I disagree with the minister because I think what he wants to do is wrong. Why we did not have that kind of a national commissioner?
Well, we do things differently. I might not done your way, I did my way. And I made it clear to him that I don't know why you do it. If we do it, let's do my way. And he insisted, let's do his way. And the 6 March meeting was a clear indicative way that we have different views on the matter. Then came the meeting of the 27th, still didn't work out. And I did went to the employer to say, employer, there is the problem. I don't agree with this thing. But if ever it has to be done for some reason that I don't know, let it be done this fashion. The employer says, yes, I think that's the right right way to be done. If it is done, let it be done that way, but I'll talk to you.
So you were proceeding with the winding down in line with what you had determined. If it happens, it has to be following. That's the approach you had adopted.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it this way.
Okay.
I explained in, I think, was on record at this forum that his way was the most careless and dangerous way. I wouldn't have proceeded this way. Hence, I pushed that it be done my way. And hence, I never implemented anything until we finalized this matter.
So basically, the question I was asking, where we will be now without the July 6, we would have been somewhere towards the advancement of the implementation of that decision, but according to your own way or your own plan. Decision was still going to be implemented, but according to the paces determined by you as a national commission.
Well, if he agreed to that, but remember, he wasn't agreeing. The March 27 meeting was the last straw where he said, no, this thing must come to an end and whatever. So, but even after that meeting, the decision was never implemented. So we'll still have behaving PKTT as we have it now.
Okay.
Or maybe we wouldn't have behaving me in front of you. That's also an option.
Yeah, yeah, no, thanks, General. I think I wanted to hear that part, that is either was going to be, you remain with the PKTT or you are without General Masemola as a national commission. Because my main worry was that I wouldn't want to see a situation where our top cop will be made to do something that, given his own experience and knowledge and conviction, he or she knows it should not be done. But we still move along and get it done on the basis that it was an instruction from the political principal in the context of a minister of police. That is the issue that doesn't sit well with me, because then if we were to be faced with that reality in the future, it means that we will never have a national commissioner that stand firmly on the side of the law and the constitution, even if that places his or her own employment at risk. So that is the issue that I wanted to raise. The other issue I just wanted to check, General Masemola, and maybe somebody might have raised this question. You will tell me if you've dealt with it in a different way. You know, we have had many people appearing before us. Two of them, General Vuma and Hlungwane, who were making a very, very, very concerning statement about what they believe is some kind of a weaponization of the law enforcement agents, and with your name also somehow being implicated. What's your comment on that?
Well, I don't even know that Hlungwane. I just heard about him, saying a lot of stories about me. I don't even know about him. But Honorable Chair and members, I think I was on record since the morning and last time. Hlungwane, the little I know is that when I took over and Kumalo went to see, I don't think he was there ever. He was not there. So I don't know what is his gripe, but I know that he has been litigating SAPS for quite a lot, and at some point either he didn't come to work. I don't know. I don't know the details of his departmental case exactly, but I know that he was dismissed from the service. And there is nothing that I didn't take money at crime intelligence. And even on Vuma's side, I think I explained the whole thing since the morning. All areas where he said, yeah, I hate him, I fight him for that. I just didn't wake up and find there is processes that I had to implement. And I follow those, and I don't know what else would have done. Maybe I would regret areas where I didn't take action against her, even though she was on suspension. So maybe that would have been the best way. But I think I did explain, Honorable Chair, that all those areas that she mentioned about me, I neither here nor there.
No, thanks, General. My last question, General, I'm going to suggest something that may not be easy to do, but I mean, as a person of your own standing in society, it should not be impossible to imagine. I want you to imagine where a possibility of you as General Masemola, how do I put it? Let me say you take out, you forgive me, I'm going to call your name. You take out Fannie Masemola from the National Commissioner, just for a few minutes as we're talking to me. And then as Fannie Masemola looks at the National Commissioner and all that has happened over the past 12 months or more as we've been grappling with this matter, and the fact that the ad hoc committee and the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will at the end be expected to prepare recommendations and maybe certain reforms to be undertaken, some of which may be required to be led by a national commissioner to turn around the South African Police Service, given the condition that it is in. Would you feel comfortable as that Fannie Masemola to this national commissioner and the step that he has gone through over the past 12 months, that he can still be a trusted custodian to shoulder the reforms and do so with legitimacy in the eyes of the institution called the South African Police Service? So I'm asking you to speak as Fannie Masemola, who's looking at the National Commissioner, and with a hindsight of where we come from to be where we are today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. If I do that, I do not foresee a problem in that. I experienced that which we experienced over this 12 months. And I think it was during my tenure that, yes, these things came out, but they did not start now. Sorry, these are things that comes a long way, and they come out now. So I think, yeah, I'll be in the best position to deal with them, because now I know what is there. And unfortunately, the service delivery by the organization was being hampered over years by these things. It's not things that happen overnight, they come a long way. And further evidence, I think, will still in both ways give indication of that. So as Fannie Masemola, with confidence, with a team that I will select, I think we will be able to reform the organization and get it in the right direction. Thank you.
Just one follow-up, General. So you are saying the Fannie Masemola looking at the National Commissioner with the hindsight of what the chain that we've traveled would come to the conclusion that his interventions, his leadership, stewardship of the process of reforming the institution will enjoy the required legitimacy across the board in the institution and maybe society. That's the conclusion you are making.
Yes, correct. That's the conclusion I'm making. Okay, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, General. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe. It's now 1840. Your time expires at 1910.
Sawubona General.
Bona mhlonishwa honorable member.
Ngiyaphila kodwa.
Ayisiyazama. Bona nje.
Asibonga mhlonishwa. No. Kunomuntu lapha ku TikTok General ugama lakhe u10111 Sean. Uthi his deputy has a plot, house and renting an armored vehicle for 60,000 a month. I take it to Kulmango General Sibiya, is that so?
I will take it that that's what he's referring to.
Is it fact though that General Sibiya has a plot and is driving an armored vehicle? Is renting an armored vehicle?
What's the question, Honorable Chair?
This guy who Sean 10111 on TikTok, he says his deputy has a plot, house and renting an armored vehicle for 60,000 a month.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Is it
Okay,
true?
I'm listening. Yes, there were reports, remember, at some point that he's renting, yes, an armored vehicle from somebody. And yes, indeed, he have a plot.
So Paul Sullivan says you're living large because you can't afford the lifestyle there with your salary and your wife's salary. So Sullivan always finds Usibiya credible. I wish it was a question for Sullivan, but it's a question for you, General. Ukuthi, with the salary ni do you think General Sibiya ngayikhona leyo nto leyo?
Well, I don't think so because I don't have a plot myself. I would love to have one, but it's matters that, well, initially one did take it that, remember, he left the police, he went to Gauteng and he came back. So one just took it that all the monies that when he resigned or whatever, he have bought that plot.
Okay.
But hence now, when I'm Mhlonishwa, we're doing this lifestyle audit by me, and it can clearly be seen who's living large beyond the means, and everybody can explain his wealth. Now me, I can explain mine. I'm ready. My banks, you just go there. They will show you how I paid whatever property all the way to now. So I think it would be fair that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, General, I was watching Facebook now, not so long. Actually changed my mood, even my questions. I know what I'll be doing now will put me in harm and in danger. I fear for my life. And I would like to say it on record, Uguti. I think it's time we change SAPS. And I would like to say, go cancel and daughter, siyaphambili nawe. So we change SAPS. And why am I saying that? I question Usibiya indlela ephila ngayo negebengu atholakala nazo. There's photos over social media with igebengu eziningi, including the guy alleged to be a sniper, esibulele witness day. Last week I touched on a matter, asking Paul Sullivan questions last when I was here. And that prompted something in Mangazil. Now, this is what triggers my mind. Yesterday, udujulwe taxi owner nomfazi wakhe at Delft last night. Sometime in this week, a young boy shoots 2 people for nothing and kills them. And that happens in Cape Town, where soldiers are deployed. But nothing has happened to change life of Cape Town. Disregard the race. You check into that, that tells you what we still need SAPS, not SANDF. We need SAPS. But what causes that is there's these tags that we have in the SAPS. It's this unvetted leaders with SAPS. Esiwasabayo, esazi ukuthi azosibulala. When I ask Upolo Sullivan, why didn't you investigate uMandla with a plot of 7 million? Azange angiphendula. Why did you opt for General Pashan, who has a slip for his sound system, a proof of payment for his sound system, but you leave General Khan outside? Guess what happened? I got a call to come to Durban. Somebody wanted to see me. Those people went into the office to make an appointment to see me. I flew to Durban. And when I got there, General, figure madoda amabili who are having a factory of cigarette in Maritzburg. You may know them. They take me to a security company, security office. Actually, they asked me, they invite me to that office. Is it Morningside? Not far from Cubana. When I entered, they spoke to me and said to me, Shongwe, what is wrong? What did we do to you? Ufuna. My response, what are you talking about? That house has cameras outside and inside, General. As we are speaking, obviously, make promises. We'll look after you. Don't do this. And why? Speak to this guy. There's somebody who wants to speak to you. Who is that? There's somebody who wants to speak to you. Who is that? No, look at the phone. They're forcing me to take the call. They make a video call. On the video call is a person I don't know. It's my first time seeing that person, but I'm told this is General Khan. Now, my question is, the guy speaks until his eyes were red when he was speaking, as emotional as I am right now. He says, you're suffocating me. Come see me Thursday in Joburg or Friday in Sandton. Let's talk. What's wrong? Yes, on record, I don't see there's nothing wrong in that because that's how we politicians get information. But what worries me is what these two families says to me. There's a family of Gxasheka who died, a makeup artist who was shot in the head. That family says this case, somebody worked on the case, and they allege it's General Khan who covered for this murder case. The second family is a family of Dr. Abdullahi Munshi, who was killed in an alleged road rage. A car bumped into that car behind. The doctor went out and he was shot. But on the street, it said that the father of the son who went to hospital and died on the hands of that doctor is the one claiming that he has killed that doctor for revenge. And again, General Khan's name comes out there and says, it's said to be, he's the one who is the protector. Now, General, it is alleged that us here in Parliament ad hoc, we won't see that person sitting where you are sitting because he claims he's protected. He claims all of us are taking something from whoever he says it to. I won't reveal my sources. I had left that thing. But when I was in that house, that prompted me, if this General Khan, if he is as true as he says he is, why is he not applying to come here and clarify his name? But instead he opts to call me and invite me into their office. Why? Now, Chair, it is important that, General, you rush this. What do you call it, James? Is it vetting, this process? Lifestyle audit.
Lifestyle audit, Honorable Chair.
This is what I want to know. General Khan lo, nama business, nama 10, nama lokunja, nama franchises. Why tataphi mali? But question to you is, who is General Khan currently and what is he serving as?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. He's a Major General serving at Crime Intelligence. I think Security Intelligence, I might.
How did he join SAPS?
Correction. I don't have that offhand.
The allegation that he was an agent before he joined, is it true?
Can't vouch for that. It might be, but I rather opt to go and investigate, and then I'll write to the chair, the honorable chair.
The issue that he helped in the issue of 300 million drugs, what happened, Labo?
You're referring to the Johannesburg case, honorable?
Yes.
Yeah, remember he did went for departmental trial, which was presided over by General Mkhwanazi, and he was acquitted in that matter.
But what were the allegations?
But currently, I think it was like I can't remember well, but I think it was like he assisted or people to take drugs or something like that. And General Mkhwanazi found that actually he assisted in a good way and he acquitted. But currently there is resurfacing of some new investigation, because it looks like the problem was some trade-offs. Some members of SAPS did some trade-off, and probably now I'm sure that which they promised is not materializing. They slowly turning back. So there is some new evidence coming for in that matter. So it's a matter that is being relooked at.
We are one general. When some members are making money from drugs, and basically from our township children, youth, it gives me a problem, because you see in the suburbs, especially in Cape Towns, criminals know that they can't go there because they are sure that police would catch them soon as the fastest. They'll be caught very, very soon. But in township, it takes long for that to happen. So I want us, General, ukuthi lesibindi eninaso nina, nami ngicela ukusithwala namhlanje. Asambeni madoda siyokhulela abantwana bethu. Liyaphela izwe lethu. Amadoda edla. Sinamaphoyisa esingazi ukuthi imali engakayithatha. What's the need of a person who has serious money to stay in a rank of an office of a police officer if you make millions in monthly? Why don't you leave that space for somebody else to get a job? Are you that greedy? It doesn't make sense to me. So I want to know something. There's a case that was pursued by DA, General Mdluli, do you remember? Renting his house to the state.
Okay, yeah.
DA members will remember that. Do you remember that case? Do you know about it?
Yeah.
Can you say something about it?
I was in that space at some point and I was chased away, so I lost the track. But I will be able to follow it up.
Yeah, but it was alleged that he rented his own house to the state. Was that legal?
No, it can't be legal, Honorable Chair.
Then how come Farouz Khan has a similar case where he rented in to his state, but nothing has happened, and why ungakam charge?
Honorable Chair, that came to my attention now, especially when I was asking General Kumalo now about the security clearance of Madondo and Khan. That comes to light, and he's investigating that because it's not right, it's irregular.
Obano investigator.
General Dumisan Kumalo.
Okay, ngicela ukuthi athi ukuphakamise inyawo ngoba izwe lethu liyaphela. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nakuukuthi ku wrong umdluli ukuthi aqashise indlu. Why ku right ukukhanda aqashise indlu and uhleleleni lapho. Lana ngicela ungichasele hlalo General. Angina understand, I just need clarity on this ukuthi iPKTT is the one there esingayo namhlanje ethole zonke lezi zinto lezi. Lama cases nalabantu aba-investigatwayo. And one reason abayisetshenziswa kakhulu ukuthi kuvalwe iPKTT ukuthi iyabiza imali. It's too expensive. So the new task team formed by the president, is there a need for it? Where else would the same cases they are going to investigate athole yibo laba and there will be money for the new task team, but no money for this PKTT. Am I missing something or I understand?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It's not a bad idea, Honorable Member, because as I said, we take the skills of the PKTT, we implant it into this new team, including the new PKTT that we established in Gauteng. So we implant that skill there. And the good thing about it, we screen people and we don't hide it. We tell them that as you do the work, remember all the time we're behind you, we're looking at you. If you off ramp, we will catch up with you. So it's working well. The strategy is working well. They work as a team, no individual person. So I don't think it's a waste of money. It's an expansion of skill. Thank you.
Sengizoqeda baba sesekhona isikhathi esiningi kodwa ngifuna ukuvala ngenkulumo eziwu-2. Ngizokucela General ukuthi ungikhaphe lapha eModapi prison. Kunama ex-officials, ama-warden, abo-Themba, they came to my office complaining nge-corruption eyenzeka lapha. Ngifuna siyobopha, ngifuna ukubopha eModapi. Kunamabonda awe 500,000 kodwa lingaka. Kunabantu nje abahlukumezwayo lapha. But ngifuna uku-invite uMinister Mchunu wenza amasonto kulamalanga lawo. So wenza ama-event wesonto. So ngicela siye siyomkhulekisa ngoba uNkulunkulu uyadinga ukuthi abantu abakhulekayo sibasiza. So I'm also inviting you. General Minister Mchunu is hosting events around the country, church events. He needs prayers. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I'm used to 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, General.
Evening, Honorable Member.
General, thank you for having, for spending another day with us. General, I'm going to start on a bit of a different note. Over the past 2 weeks, I've started posting every day about SAPS members that own taxis or that are involved in the taxi industry. Now, I received many calls from inside SAPS, stop posting this, stop posting this. And my argument back was that you've known about it, not you personally. The SAPS members have known about it in the Western Cape specifically for over 20 months, and they did nothing. In fact, while I'm sitting here tonight, I got a message about an anti-gang unit member in Cape Town that a sergeant who is involved in the taxi industry and in the towing industry. Now the reason I mention this is over a 20-month period, we haven't seen action on this. One of the reasons that I've heard is that they would like to see, an entire list built up before they act. But I mean, in 20 months' time, especially with the current spate of gang violence, taxi violence and gang violence, makes it difficult to then see how it could be effectively policed. I'll send a list. I've actually already sent you a letter while we were sitting here today, so another letter. But you'll receive that with an entire list of those members. Now, the reason I start with this, General, is that Lieutenant General Fannie is one of the people that we've been speaking about a lot during this committee. And I asked this to the Acting Minister of Police, Minister Gxasheka as well. And I'm going to ask you tonight, why has he not been suspended yet? Why has he not been criminally charged yet? General Fannie is one of the main access routes for Mr. Kat Matlala to have gotten into the SAPS. The irony is, I don't know if the honorable members saw it on Facebook, the day after he'd appeared before this committee, he posted on Facebook and said, he will not be the fall guy. Apart from thinking it's extremely arrogant, I thought that someone that has been investigated by the SIU for alleged corruption while still working in Treasury was still appointed as the head of supply chain in the police, and is still comfortably in his position. So that leads me to my first question. In terms of Mr. General Fannie, do you agree that he was centrally placed in the supply chain environment, and what role, according to you, did he play in the Medicare 24 procurement process?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. The taxi matter, I heard about it, and we will action it. The same team, my team that is working Eastern Cape, I think they'll come and spend time here, deal with the taxi issues, including our own members. I think that will assist. On General Fannie, Honorable Member, the current forensic investigation, I'm sure it will assist us, because the other processes, we were able to identify some of the members that were involved. They put them now on suspension. They are being trialed, but I'm sure the forensic investigation will indicate, because it will tell you that, I think you will, at some point he told you that the process happens somewhere there and is right at the end. Hence, I threw now, or I instituted this property audit before they even can finalize the process. So that matter between us and Treasury, it has been a to and fro. I won't say they send him, but it has been to and fro in terms of who should be disciplining. But as we speak now, we've opened an investigation in terms of disciplinary regulations, and it is on the go.
I want to understand, what role did General Fannie specifically play in allowing Medicare 24 to come into SAPS?
He was a chairperson of the bid adjudication committee. There is a bid specification, bid evaluation, BEC. Yeah.
Adjudication, yeah.
Yeah, eventually then the BAC. So if we read those reports, there is a problem somewhere amongst the members of the bid evaluation. They are pointing that some, not all, some were just there, but they might not have seen whatever wrong is there, but some knew. Okay. And those that knew, we have already dealing with them. But in order to be clear to deal with the entire process, this forensic audit will assist us, but already the investigation is on currently as we speak.
And General, in terms of General Fannie, how do we justify him remaining in his position? I mean, if the people below him, some of them below him have been suspended, etc., possibly criminal proceedings have started, why do we allow a key access point to remain the same, especially with the links to Mr. Matlala?
Well, if you, let's say everyone would like to want to finger, it's not only him, it's the whole BAC, which there are about 4 or 5. So that investigation, but for now, the investigation is on him, but one will also look at the others once there's a clear direction in terms of pointing of fingers.
Apologies for interrupting you, General. Have the other people part of the BAC been suspended?
No.
Not?
Including him. It is the body below.
Okay.
The bid evaluation.
You see, I really struggle with this, General, because what I asked General Fannie as well is that apart from other parts of due diligence that needed to be done, for goodness sake, someone like General Fannie in a position that he's in should know when he's dealing with a criminal and when not. It can simply not be that slips through. Now, we asked a lot of these questions in October of 2025. It's now almost, just after mid-March, and we haven't seen any movement. And I heard about the forensic investigation, but from my exposure to forensic investigations, they don't necessarily need to take that long. Now, I asked this same question, quite similar, to General Fannie regarding the failed Medicare 24 procurement process, the flawed process that was allowed to proceed, and the lack of proper due diligence. In light of those answers, I want to continue with one or two more on the said topic. When Lieutenant General Fannie was questioned on this matter, there were specific shortcomings in the procurement process. I mean, we've seen a lot of the shortcomings. It's been presented before. Weren't those shortcomings enough to suspend and investigate the entire adjudication committee?
Yeah, currently, Honorable Chair, there is this problem that most of the work is done at the evaluation committee, and what is done on the upper level, based on what advice of my risk officer, is that you might suspend and you might end up reinstating, but the best rather, let's see who played which role, which will be now the forensic investigation that will indicate. So instead of one rushing, rather, I think they just say if a month left, then one will take it from there.
General, I think I don't have another question regarding that specific, but I think you understand the frustration. When we look at the taxis, for example, that's why I use it as an example. You know, we go on for such a long amount of time and we don't see movement. I know. The next one that I want to touch on is internal audit recommended at the end of January 2025 that the Medicare contract should be stopped. Now, between then and I think another 3 months, another 30 million rand was paid. How does this meet with a process where we take taxpayers' money seriously, where we just continue to pay? Can you speak to us on that?
Yeah. After receiving that report, we engaged the report, and I said we gonna act on it. There was a meeting with the auditors and legal services, and eventually the advice was, this is a preliminary report. What about if you take action now, then the final report comes different? Then we had to wait for the final report. Eventually, after final report, we engage again risk officers and the legal services. And then we came to a decision that we terminate.
General, how can we go about the relevant officers that continued with processing the payments to Medicare 24? Now, I want to go as far as saying they should pay back the money from their own pockets, because now it's 30 million rands down the drain. I think after tonight's examples by the Honorable Shongwe, Honorable James, etc., imagine that 30 million being pushed into an anti-gang unit, for example. It's a very simple comparison that I'm making. When exactly did you receive the recommendation that that Medicare contract should be stopped?
It was somewhere, I think, must be beginning April, or yeah, somewhere there.
Now, who else in senior management was informed that the Medicare 24 contract should be halted?
Well, obviously I'm sure the head of supply chain would have been informed, and the head of support services should have knowledge of that, and form part of that meeting.
General, I want to just shift slightly sideways to Mr. Kat Matlala. You, prior to these hearings, just to, again, for the record, had you ever met with Mr. Matlala?
No.
Not. And that includes obviously socially, privately.
Yeah, no.
At your office, etc.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes to photos, I don't know. Many people take photos with me. I don't know them. So, but me meeting him, I've never at any given time.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then I want to move on slightly. I might come back to Mr. Matlala again later. When we move to the issue of senior ranks, and I want to again come to the complacency issue regarding discipline. The serious concerns that we've raised, one of them being, I've been speaking on it before, but as a committee, we raised the issue at the police committee of Lieutenant General Mboto. And I know he's at the DPCI, but for that matter, I can reference the sons of Richard Mdluli. Honorable Shongwe mentioned Richard Mdluli. Now, last year, already former Minister Mchunu acknowledged, he then said there would also be an audit of family members, etc., in the crime intelligence environment. And I have it on good authority that even up until today, Richard Mdluli's son or / sons is still operating in the crime intelligence environment. How do we resolve this? Because I honestly, General, we've mentioned this in the portfolio committee. I've asked questions in Parliament. Several members in the portfolio committee sitting on this committee have also asked the same questions. How do we get resolved? Please advise me.
Well, the first resolving of the matter is firstly to transfer those people out of crime intelligence, deal with them wherever they are, if there is any misconduct in how they got into the organization, which that can be done now, because remember I said it did indicate that there is this transformation strategy with myself and the acting minister are implementing around crime intelligence, which he wants that we implement by 1st of the new financial year, which is 1st April. So as we finish, part of it is some transfers of people from that environment, start afresh altogether.
So I want to zoom in on that a little bit more. You'd remember the story with General Mboto when he was still a SAPS member before he went to the DPCI. He was moved for sharing all sorts of interesting videos and photos on a WhatsApp group. I think it was in FCS in the Western Cape, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember General Libya said to us that, it's not a punitive disciplinary process. My problem with this is during the same time period, there were really serious allegations, affidavits, investigations regarding interference of serious gang arrests in Cape Town, interference of, I think there was one member that was on an Interpol red list. They also interfered. Now, my problem with the transfer, I understand the way you've described it now. My problem with some of these transferred, like with General Mboto, is he's basically been promoted. He had a break during his suspension. It was more of a sabbatical. And then he was able to just continue in the DPCI. And the irony is not so much from him, but every time one of us says something like this, we usually get some kind of a lawyer's letter, but the truth hurts. How do I navigate this? I know I'm putting you in a tight spot, but can we expect any kind of resolve with someone like General Mboto? Yeah, the Honorable Shongwe mentioned General Khan. Today, there are lots of photos on X doing the rounds of General Khan in the vicinity with the alleged shooter of one of the Madlanga witnesses. It's becoming very, very difficult as to who do we trust? Because us as MPs, I know the Honorable James, I think she drives some police members nuts because of the rate at which, and I say this tongue in cheek, Darlene, but at the rate at which she calls some of these members. But General, humor us. How do we navigate this? I honestly don't know. I mean, General Mboto, we've been speaking about it a lot. General Khan, the amount of times that General Khan has come up in this committee alone, him and General Moodley, and they're still comfortably in SAPS. And respectfully, there's no ways that any general can drive Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and all of these sorts of things on a major general salary. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair. those that, of course, I'm responsible for, I will make sure that as we implement this transformation with the minister, we take care of them. General Mboto, in terms of discipline, is a bit distance away from me in terms of the law that you know. I can't venture into that environment. Sometimes also get frustrated, but I will raise it with the minister, and I'm sure either me or him will give yourself feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I think, Chair, if you permit us, I will write a list of these things, and possibly through the committee, we can send a formal request. General, are you comfortable with authorizing an independent audit of crime intelligence appointments between 2010 and 2025?
2010 and 2025.
I'll tell you why, rather. The independent audit, the idea is that we can get, even if it's a body like SIU, I think I trust the way SIU operates, specifically with a focus on nepotism, irregular promotions, and most of all, integrity vetting. Can we do that?
Okay, with those. Yeah, no, I'll check with my legal, I'm sure. It's something that I will come back to you.
Okay, I'll add that. General, in terms of the I'm deciding where to go next. I've got a lot of questions and I don't want to waste too much time. I want to understand in terms of IPID. The committee has heard extensive evidence about IPID's incapacity, or rather incapacitated state, including its reliance on SAPS for analytical capacity and forensic services. Do you accept that an oversight body which depends on SAPS to investigate SAPS is structurally compromised?
Well, up to so far, I am not aware of any compromise, and I think they've been getting the best service. But however, as they are independent, by nature of their name, they're independent. They can probably be fully independent, even with regard to forensic services.
Okay. What would your recommendation be to make IPID genuinely self-sufficient so that it does not rely on SAPS to investigate SAPS? How do you think that should be done?
Yeah, I would, it's quite a difficult one. I would say maybe they have a separate forensic capability, which they will be assisting of them, standing independently. So I think possibly that's the way to go, Chair.
Okay.
Because using private forensics might just pose a challenge for when you go for court purposes, but they can start something independently.
Okay. General, something just came to mind. I'm thinking now about the matter regarding General Shabiri and all the noise we've seen around the Madlanga Commission with General Shabiri. Now, from what I understand, there's been movement from the police in KZN, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry. That is in terms of the Hawks Head in KZN specifically, where SAPS have approached, investigated, seized cell phones, etc. Am I correct?
Correct, yes.
Why can the same not be done on a national level by SAPS with regards to someone like General Patrick Mboto?
Do what with him, maybe?
Well, I think as a start to do a proper search and seizure operation. I'm broadcasting it to the country now, so it could be slightly more challenging. But I mean, there's more than enough people that were previously willing to testify, speak. I mean, I know of ground level cops in Cape Town alone that would testify very easily to this day. Why can the same not be done? Why can't SAPS on a national level decide to zoom in on a specific leader in the DPCI, for example, if they see that there's non-action from the DPCI itself? I mean, General Labia did little or nothing to resolve this, just played it down. Is there a possibility that SAPS could actually do that? Can we add that to the list to get an opinion on?
Well, in terms of if there is any criminal allegation, yes, we can investigate, but misconduct is a no. It's the national head that must deal with matters of misconduct of a DPCI. But if there is allegation of criminal, we can investigate.
Okay. General, I've just got 2 or 3 more questions. There's one specific one, also with regards to General Fannie. It was a contract that I could find out. I tried to look it up as well, of 70 million rand that was given to a company called Beyond Forensics without going out on tender. Do you know anything about this? Is that another thing we need to flag for further investigation?
Beyond forensics, you say? Yeah, no. I hear the name for the first time, Chair, through you. I will inquire into it, or you can include it in the list that you're gonna send to me.
Okay, thank you, General. Chair, we will add that to this. I will set up a short document with everything in it. General, 1 or 2 last questions, and then I will be finished. I just want to confirm for the record, no further payments have been made to Medicare 24 after the contract was stopped, after that initially, that last 30 million rand.
As far as I know, not Honorable Chair through you, but however, take note, if there is a service that they provided previously, which was not invoiced by law, we supposed to pay that. But as far as I know, not, and I'll go and further inquire further.
Okay. I want to ask you, the Sunday of the press briefing by General Kunazi, about I can't remember exactly, the Wednesday or the Thursday before, there were rumors doing the round of a warrant of arrest for General Kunazi, yourself. I think General Kumalo was also on there. Do you know about this? I know there was also, you'd remember we spoke about it in the previous time that you joined us here. We spoke about one of the news articles. I remember the one that said you were crying in your office or something like that. Now, the short time that I've known you, General, you don't strike me as a crying man. So this isn't to cast doubt on you, but did you know about those rumors at that stage? And do you have more information on that?
No, I didn't have any other information except those rumors that we have seen. And when they say I was crying in Pretoria, I was here in Cape Town.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes. So,
in fact, we saw you in Mitchell's Plain on the day on one of those days with the minister.
Yeah.
General, one last question, and Chair, then I'll finish. You previously spoke to us and you said there is a cartel, or there are cartels within SAPS, specific members that, especially from a CI point of view, have infiltrated and aim to tarnish the names of certain senior members. I mean, you've previously spoken about it, about WhatsApp messages. We spoke about information peddlers before. There's a whole list of things. Have you since then determined, if you're able to share on this platform, who those individuals are? I mean, we've been flooded by information over the last, let's say the last year almost, after all of this has started. Have you got any indication why? And then I think to add on, I want to reiterate what the image looks like from from the outside. So in theory, or the theory with this whole conflict, there was also a rumor, a theory doing the rounds that General Sabia would become the national commissioner when you were arrested. General Khan would become either divisional commissioner or deputy national commissioner, but would essentially have control over crime intelligence. Minister Mchunu would be in line for his political career and campaign forward, whatever that entailed. That's the reason for asking this. This is the reason for the factional discussions that we've been having. The image that was created is that there's the Sabia group and there's the Masemola group on the one side. Can you speak to us on that in closing? Have you identified who some of these people are that have been out to tarnish names?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, through identification of those people, some of them has been dealt with. They are no more in the service, but there are still those that are left, which we are embarking on processes of cleaning up. We'll of course, during the cleanup of the crime intelligence, we'll also deal with that. And yeah, those rumors, I also had them, those rumors. They'll come out maybe at Madlanga Commission, I don't know. But yes, I wanted to hear of those rumors, and they only ended up in that fashion, the way they were. So I can't say more, except that, yes, in terms of rotten potatoes, they are there. And the objective of all these noises is that shift the people so that we can be in charge and continue with the damage that they want to cause to the environment.
Chair, I see I have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to make use of the 3 minutes. General, if you could do one thing to really, I'm going to say it, but it's Chair, bear with me. But I almost wanted to say to kick them in the arses, but to chase away the bad and the criminal elements in SAPS overnight. First of all, where would you start, and how would you do it? How do you think we should clean up? We're asking you as the National Commissioner, how do we clean up SAPS?
Well, first, I would say I will start there, where the crime intelligence from there move over to the other divisions. One of the things, the quickest way is to approach people to leave the organization. Because if you start opening cases, chasing, it becomes sometimes a long chase, or you can get the person out, and there's arbitrations and courts, and some end up coming back. It's just to identify people, ask them to leave, in terms of to say, well, I'm restructuring, we're reorganizing, so can you, some of those just give way, and you screen other people. Nobody's born on the job. You train the people, and slowly they will get some point, they'll end up getting experience, other than sitting with figures that are causing more damage or harm than good to the organization, and hampering service delivery every moment of the way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, General Masemola.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. General.
Honorable Chair.
When you hear the reports that somebody was compiling dockets and then presenting them to your police officers to sign them, some of these things might not have happened during your leadership of the SAPS. What has been your reaction to that?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. It is wrong. You can't compile a docket and take it to a police station. You go to a police station to make a report, and the police will assess whether what you are saying have got elements of crime, and they will then open a case. That is totally wrong. I will circulate a memo to that effect that such things should not be allowed to happen.
But did you have interest to check who are the police officers who would have been involved in such practices?
Yeah, one will check even to check which police stations are those and engage further as to those station commanders as to why are they doing it. And if there is wrongdoing, take steps with on those people.
And then Mr. O'Sullivan, when he was here, he said he previously paid for the trip of one of your police officers to Europe. Have you heard about that statement or that testimony?
No, it never come to my attention, Honorable Chair. We have a lot of things to do, but that one.
He mentioned the name of Brigadier Gininda, that he went with him to Europe, and Mr. O'Sullivan was the one who was paying the expenses for that trip.
Okay. No, we'll inquire into that, Chair. We always pay for our own members if they are going on an official trip.
Yeah, it was said by Mr. O'Sullivan here that honorable members were probing him as to why would he do that? Does that not amount to the capture of the police service? Because the picture is even there, I think, in one of the books, going by the title, Catch Me If You Can.
Mm.
I'm just saying, in your position as a leader of the SAPS, you must take much interest. I hear you, the way you responded to the first question. When I ask you, say, when we go back, we will circulate a memo to all officers to know that nobody can come here having compiled a case. And the police officers just put signatures and maybe even stamps. I'm just saying that that may not be the only case. There may be many other cases which must be to your interest as the leadership of the SAPS, so that it does not become free for all. And maybe if you were to get those details and understand what the trip is all about, what was all about, and why Mr. Paul O'Sullivan had to pay for that trip.
Yeah, and whether, because there should be approval, it can't just happen without approval. We'll go deeper into those details, Chair.
And then Mrs. Mashale, when she was here, she spoke about several cases. Number one, she alleges that there is a case of rape against Brigadier Makalage's son in the Free State. And no action is being taken by the SAPS.
It will be investigated, Chair, and we'll see exactly what happened there.
You have written it down.
Yeah, no, I did right.
Number two, she says that there is a potential witness who claims to have been involved in the murder or the matters of the case in Friede, if you know the Friede farm story.
Oh, yeah, the dairy
In-
farm.
Yeah,
Friede
in the
Dairy.
Free State. And that witness is prepared to cooperate with the police and give them details of what would have happened to the victims. And that witness is not being given that opportunity, but furthermore, is also incarcerated unlawfully because he has not been charged for these matters.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she might have said the person is in Kroonstad or elsewhere. And sometimes the person may be moved around from one prison to another.
Okay.
And then
Good.
there is a case of, I can't remember if it's a general, one general from the Northwest in Stilfontein. General, is it Mbatu? Who was suspended, yes, General Mbatu, who was suspended from the SAPS since 1991.
No, he's a sergeant or warrant officer, Mbatu, Honorable Chair.
Yeah,
I know about the case.
you know about the case.
Yeah.
Is it still ongoing?
No, there's no case. It was finalized. He was arrested many years ago
Yeah,
for possession of some gold or diamonds.
the detail is that he was arrested at Stilfontein,
Mm.
and then he was suspended since that time in 1991, and the case is still unresolved.
No, the case was resolved, Honorable Chair, but we'll report it to you so that with all the details. As far as I remember, he was arrested. The then Police Act was saying if you get arrested, I think without option of a fine, you are automatically dismissed from the service. So that section applied to him. And then
Okay.
later he was released, finished his sentence. But what is strange enough, his records of prison are nowhere to be found. And somehow his records at SAPS headquarters about this specific matter also can be found. But people know exactly what happened.
Yes.
But we'll send a report to that effect.
The former NDPP, Advocate Batoy, and General Kumalo, when they appeared before us, they said one reason why the SAPS is unable to succeed in high-profile cases is often because you have parallel teams investigating, and Advocate Batoy even gave an example of the Senzo Mchunu case, that there were parallel teams investigating that matter or that case, working against each other. And the question is, how does it arise that the SAPS under your leadership, Tau, can have multiple teams working in rivalry, but investigating one case?
Thanks, Chair. Well, that matter, I think, is more matter of Meiwa. It was during my time as the previous National Commission. I found those teams there, which I listened to both. And eventually I spoke to the NPA and we said the current case that you see in court should proceed. So Yeah, but it's matters that we will always guard against that it shouldn't happen.
Yes,
Be
because
two teams doing one and the same.
what they were essentially saying impliedly is that from your own officials, there is more than sufficient interest in those cases. The interest that goes into those cases goes beyond the SAPS. It's not just about investigating what happened. It may include, by implication, things like intention to cover up and make sure that some information disappears or is not presented before competent authorities for adjudication. And it's very sad if that was to be true. I'm not saying it's true. That is what has been implied here. That the reason why you can't succeed in those key cases is because of the rivalry, internal rivalry. Once a case is opened, there will be so many hands and there will be so many bodies around that case.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Currently, as far as my knowledge is concerned, we don't have that, but I know in the Maywa case, there was such, and it has since stopped. There is no more. It's only one team. But in other areas, we will guard against that.
Yeah, but
because
the
it
Senzo Mchunu case, because it's a case of national interest,
Mm.
Have you checked if indeed there was that misconduct on the part of the SAPS, which would have contaminated the case? People who are not supposed to be there, they involve themselves there. Would you have checked that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I didn't. It's a very old case. It's running at court now. The scene was an old scene. A lot of national commissioners passed around that. So definitely give me the opportunity. I'll go and reflect on the matter and check exactly whoever went there, what role they played. I don't think that was ever investigated.
Yeah, because remember, one of our pillars is to check if there is corruption within the SAPS, and if there are people who will involve themselves in cases to make sure that prosecution does not succeed. That amounts to corrupt activities. And then General Kumalo, when he was here, he said to us that there was a case of a consignment that was transported from Durban to Soweto. And because this is confidential information that could not be publicly disclosed, he could only make confirmation that it was indeed true that there were police officers who were involved in the transportation of that consignment. And further, that the leadership of the SAPS knows about that. And lastly, that those officers are still in the employ of the SAPS.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll talk to him about this one because I don't know the details of it. So I'll engage him and thereafter take action on the other matter.
Mm. And then the other case is the case that Honorable James asked you about, the three officers who were here, Malachi, Ramalepe, and Ramolobe. who also made very serious allegations.
Yeah, thanks. On that one, Chair, I think I did indicate that I got feedback from the people who were investigating the matter last week, Thursday, and I've tasked them to go and do certain matters, certain implementation. Some of the matters of the complaints were resolved. Some implementations were done, but there are those matters that we can't, up to so far, the team couldn't trace whether was the rectification yes or no. So I says, no, go and do it. If there is a need to rectify, you do it. That is the team of the inspectorate. But what I said is I have not yet given these three. I haven't met them. I haven't given them feedback. I will see them this week or next week to give them a progress report. That matter is not finalized because we are going to trace some of those that in the report, there's been many investigations. In the report, there are those that are finalized, but there are those that we can't see whether they are finalized or not. So that progress will be attended.
And the case of the disappearance of Mr. Gxasheka.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Where is it?
Honorable Chair, this case is still under investigation. The team GC Ops is investigating the case. There has been some leads at some point and they didn't come right, but we have an indication where he might be. So, and that is being investigated. So,
Yeah, you know, I'm listing all this. These matters have been presented before us, and you might have heard honorable members also raised some more. I'm listing them because this is the last time you are appearing before us in this ad hoc committee. And tomorrow, General Mkhwanazi will be the last witness to appear before us. And when these matters were raised, they generated a lot of public, but not only public interest, but also raised questions about the SAPS.
okay, sure.
And maybe what we can do, because what is important here ultimately is that we should restore public confidence
Correct.
in the SAPS, that it can take their matters serious. But also ourselves as Parliament, who are obligated by law to demand accountability from yourselves, including other matters that Honorable Cameron would have raised. He said he's going to submit more. I think where you are sitting, it will be advisable for you to say to us, maybe before the lifespan of this committee comes to an end, I have taken down all the issues that all the cases that you have raised. And then we will respond to you in writing and give you an update on where we are on these matters. If there are issues, we have always been very guarded. Even in our terms of reference, we have said any information that is protected by law, if it has to be given to the committee, that will be done in compliance with the law that is in place. Stay in our terms of reference. If there is any evidence that you think, if you give us, may compromise or jeopardize your investigations, you can always find a way to explain, to say, this case, this is where we are. we may not be able to divulge the rest of the details because we think the case may be jeopardized. But what is very important is we're raising this so that even beyond the lifespan of this ad hoc committee, the relevant portfolio committee of police must continue to get updates on these matters, on how they are being dealt with.
Okay, no, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think one will do, as you say, we'll go and do follow-ups on progress on each matter, and will then be able to send this committee, we still there, or the police committee, the progress in terms of where we are on each matter. That will be that will be in order, Chair, be accounting. Thank you.
Let me ask you this last question. You know, before the ad hoc committee was established and before the Madlanga Commission was appointed, we did not hear the testimonies that we are hearing now about your subordinates. And for sure you can agree with me that some of the details when they come out are very chilling. When you watch on television, you see us sitting here with a witness, or at the commission, the witness making confessions or being unable to respond to questions. Has it not occurred to you previously that some of this information happened to drop in your ears? That there may be a commander or what, General Khanyan somewhere doing XYZ, which is illegal. Or the whispers, if you go to a funeral at Masemola in Limpopo, and one of the mourners just grab you by the hand and goes aside and say, General Masemola, there are many things which are happening. We think you must know about them. Haven't you heard whispers about these wrong practices prior to the advent of the ad hoc committee or the Madlanga Commission?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Some of them, yes, one did hear about them. And I initiated the investigation. Most matters, the reason why they ended up being members moving from KwaZulu-Natal to come to Gauteng to do investigations. There is quite a list of investigations that those members were coming to do. And it is for that very reason that you see the success that we have end up now having people behind bars, that people that would have regarded themselves as untouchable. So yes, we do that. And where there is, we pick up something, let's say within our own, actions do get taken. The fact that they were reported here is not to say some of them were never into our focus. They were under investigation. That's why I supported the team. I am the one that approved that, yes, that for objectivity, let scared people from KZN come to Gauteng to come and investigate certain matters that seems to be a problem around Gauteng. So
I'm saying that these allegations are about some of your senior officials that you were probably seeing them or meeting with them every day or even sharing entrance and exit doors at work?
Well, those that comes to my ear, Chair, I initiate investigation. We have, like you have seen, some that has happened. If comes to ear that there is this wrong, we I do initiate investigation. We don't just leave it.
Okay, when you look at not yourself per se, but the institutional response of the SAPS, will you say it was timeous? Or were there considerable delays in reacting to these matters, these allegations?
Some of them, I would say, there's been considerable delay, yes. But the other issue is, when did we as SAPS become aware of? Because some of these things, we keep aware of them now. And people will tell you, but this is not a new thing. This thing is an old matter, but it never came to our attention. So when it comes to our attention, we do act.
Yeah, because when the ad hoc committee started, we saw a lot of movement, which was not there before. What explains that?
Well,
There were all of a sudden decisions, we see agility, we see decisive action on the part of the leadership to say so and so is now on suspension, so and so has been arrested. A case like this one has now been cracked. Why?
Well, in terms of criminal cases, Honorable Chair, as I explained before, it's because there has been some acceptance from and more improved cooperation from other arms of the state, like your NPA. And in terms of internal investigations, some of these matters, we did not want to rush to do them departmentally before we make a breakthrough criminally. There's quite a lot which one would want really want to say it. It's quite a number of them that we said this will disrupt, but let's do first criminally, and then we will get to the departmental. So that was the plan, but things have changed the way they changed, and the approach is a bit different.
The possible vacancies in the position of the national head of the Hawks and the police commissioner, do they have potential to solicit misguided ambitions from your colleagues? If somebody had to know that Masemola will be leaving in the next 6 months or in the next 2 years, or General Levia is leaving now, such opportunities, such vacancies, do they have potential to solicit uncontrollable ambitions?
They do, Honorable Chair. They go out, they lobby, they do all sorts of things.
And we may end up having wrong people in those positions if there is no due diligence and careful consideration.
Yeah, if there is no careful consideration, yes, you will end up with wrong people, or you will end up with cartel. Yes, it's possible.
I saw Honorable Skosana and Honorable Mathis have raised their hands. I'm exercising benevolence because in any way your time is gone. Can I take you in that order?
Thank you, Chair. I guess one has forgotten to, I know perhaps this does not belong here. I just want to make a disclaimer, Chair, and to General Masemola. You know, there's an issue about izingwenyama okumgani. They feel that obviously they think that the police perhaps are the one who are responsible for their safety. They've asked us to ask the general, hence I'm making a disclaimer that perhaps as lawmakers, you might refer it back to us, that there's only one Kumgani which is well looked after. Because in all the, I'll say in all the provinces, kunenkumgani, kunamakhosi, kunengwenyama, so to speak, not necessarily makhosi, ingwenyama zala oma area. So what they've seen, they say, but we must ask the general. I said, well, perhaps it's a right platform to ask you. I know I'm putting you into a corner with this one, because they are saying there's only one, and they feel that they need to have as well some security, especially going to the next local government election. And that would be my comment to, in fact, not necessarily a question, Chair, to General Masemola. Thank you.
Let's take Honorable Matthys, and the General will respond.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question, but just two follow-ups that I think we should do as a committee. When the head of IDEC was here, we didn't ask specifically whether IDEC had obtained warrants of arrest for our National Commissioner. So I think we must write and get clarity whether they did or whether they didn't. I don't think it should be a secret if they had received one or if they hadn't, but if we can write to that. And then the second follow-up would be that Lieutenant General Khumalo must retract his statement that he made here in the committee that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, just so we can have it on record, because as the record stands now, that is what he said, and he's the head of crime intelligence. So if we can do that. Thank you, Chair.
So General Masemola, you said that you were going to discuss that matter with General Khumalo.
Correct, Chair. I thought he's coming back here, so he's gonna
He's
talk on
not
it.
coming back.
Okay.
And you and him have now contradicted each other.
Okay, no, I will,
So when you go back from here, you go and discuss with him. He gives you the report. And then from there, when you have got an explanation, he must then write to us and retract that statement on the basis of the explanation that he would have given you.
okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll do so, engage you.
So that if we happen to call you again, you and him must come and speak one thing. Because now you have not said the same thing.
Correct, Honorable Chair. No, we'll do that. On the matter raised by Honorable Skosana, well, I think it's the matter that belonged to somewhere in another committee. But just to correct him, it's not it's not one king being protected, it's two kings that are being protected. But yeah, it's a matter that our department and the traditional affairs is seized with, and we will see how it is finalized as we move forward. Thank you.
Advocate Arendse.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members. General Masemola, is it the case that and here I'm referring to the Medicare 24 contract, that SAPS didn't receive any value for money for the 30 million that was spent?
No. We did receive value for money, Honorable Chair. The students that did graduate in December, they are a product of that. So we did receive value. Thank you.
So it can't be described or defined as wasteful, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as defined in the PFMA.
No, it won't fit that description because we did get value. Well, of course, after fights, it wasn't a smooth sail. There has to be a fight to get the service, and we did get service and value. It can't be described as fruitless and wasteful. No.
Now, would it be fair to say that up until the time that Minister Mchunu raised the issue of the contract or the unlawfulness, or at that time the alleged unlawfulness of the contract, when he raised it on the 24th of December 2024, it wasn't something that concerned you, the issue of the award of the contract?
No, I didn't have any issues on it. And of course, remember, Honorable Chair, I'm not aware of all these contracts that are being signed. There are various people that are working in that environment. So yes, I wasn't aware of any problem or wrongdoing. The only area I became aware of is an issue of service delivery. They did indicate to me, and I said, then they must meet the service provider and deal with the matter, which they did meet and dealt with the matter.
Did you know that the Minister Mchunu was going to raise it in the meeting on the 24th? Did he tell you in advance, or did he just call you to a meeting?
No, he did indicate that he wanted us to meet, and we meet on that specific matter.
Because the News 24 reported on the contract on the 20th of December already. Did you see it? Did you read the article and the allegations made about Madlanga and the fact that he was a beneficiary?
No, I didn't see it.
So you agree that if Minister Mchunu did not raise this issue, the contract may well not have been set aside or cancelled or terminated?
Well, it could have been that possibility, or somebody could have raised it because normally our communication raise those matters. They do flag those matters as and when the days. Once a week, we have a meeting where they raise those things.
So after Minister Mchunu raised the issue of the contract, and by the way, was General Fannie in that meeting?
Correct.
Since he indicated he was going to raise the issue.
Yes. Yeah.
What was General Fannie's view? What did he tell you? Did you ask him and say, look, this is now being raised for the minister? What do you say?
Well, the agreement at that meeting was that, well, they know about the contract, they don't know about any of the irregularities. And I said, okay, now I'm going to put internal audit to audit the contract.
So at that point, certainly General Fannie was still defending the contract and that it was lawfully awarded.
Yeah, no, they did say that as far as they know, the process was correct.
Because that was also his approach before this honorable committee when he gave evidence. He insisted that he didn't see anything wrong with the award of the contract. But it's only when my colleague, who's sadly no longer with us, Ms. Sikalala, Advocate Sikalala, was leading his evidence, when she raised several aspects that's in the internal audit report, which showed the flaws in the process, which in terms of that report didn't have anything to do with Mr. Madlanga. They were just shortcomings in the usual bid evaluation, bid adjudication process. And he subsequently had to concede that the process was flawed. Did you read the internal report yourself, the audit report?
Yeah, I did read it, Honorable Chair.
So the report seems to, if General Fannie is the person responsible for the award at the end of the day, just following on a question, I think Honorable Cameron or one of the other members may have also asked, why has no action been taken, departmental action taken against General Fannie?
I did say, Honorable Chair, that there is currently investigation pending against him. One's supposed to look all the other members, but what I was saying is the advice that I got is let's get the risk forensic investigation report first. But there is investigation current as you speak against the letter.
Thank you. There were 3 members of South African Police Union. They may be, well, both of Pop Crew and SAPU, who testified here jointly, 3 of them, Ramolepi, Ramolobi, and Malachi. You recall those names? I think you may have even had a meeting with them. They made some serious allegations. And they were all in the forensic science services section. Theft of drugs, I'm just looking at the affidavit, theft of drugs at the lab, theft of rhino horn, sexual harassment, irregular appointment, irregular payment of scarce skills allowance, maladministration and victimization. And in fact, almost out of desperation, they came here because this is what they said in their affidavit.
Can I comment?
That yeah, now I'm going to give you an opportunity to comment. It was after the press conference of General Mchunu on the 6th of July that they decided to request to appear before this honorable committee. Now, there's a letter. There's a letter. No, where's the letter where General Masemola? You may recall that you had appointed General Jacobs to do an investigation into these allegations. And the report has been finalized on the 31st of October last year. And I had requested Major General van Rooyen to make the report available to us. Okay. And we haven't received it because, as she described it, you were waiting for input from other sections or divisions. Okay. This is the letter that you wrote on the 18th of July last year. Complaints against South African Police Service, victimization, Division Detectives and Forensic Services. On the 16th of July 2025, the National Commissioner met with the officers from Forensic Services, Colonel Ramalobi, Captain Ramalepi, and Captain Malachi from Legal Services. The above complainants allege victimization as they are denied legal protection for being whistleblowers in a 2011 case, which led to dismissal of one senior officer within forensic services. The complainant further alleges they lodged grievances which they not handled accordingly. In addition, the complainants allege non-accountability of exhibits within the component. It is on this note that Lieutenant General Jacobs is requested to establish a team to investigate the above allegations. The complainants allege to have evidence in support of the allegations, which is in 2 lever arch files, and we were advised to hand such files to you. It is advisable that you and the identified investigating team members to engage with the above complainants. It would be appreciated if the consolidated report could reach the office of the National Commissioner on or before the 30th of August 2025. And this is your letter addressed to Major General Sabola, the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate. Now we know that the report has been finalized. Is there any reason other than the reasons that Major General Van Rooyen gave us why the report is not available? Or can you tell us what's in the report?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. As I indicated earlier, the report has been finalized. I have considered the report. The team of actually General Jacobs ended up not doing it, but it was General Hanka that did that. They briefed me about the report. That's where I said this specific matter was investigated more than 5 times since its inception from 2011. Some of those matters has been resolved. Some are outstanding. Some we don't know whether they were attended, yes or no. But however, I said the current team of inspectorate that were assisting me, they must go back because it's investigation on top of investigation. They must go back, verify. I know there is somebody who is in prison for stealing drugs and right on, or the person is out by now, which means there were consequences. But some of the matters, and there was that senior manager talk of, was disciplined and dismissed from the service. And subsequently, the person went through arbitration, CCMA, whatever, and is back at work. But some of those matters, I'm saying, we can't detect whether there were any finality in it. And so hence I said to the team that briefed me last week that they implement corrective measures on this same report. So the report that I considered, I can make it available to you as early as by tomorrow.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, General. I think that will be much appreciated, because from a whole line of questioning from the honorable members, there's a concern about there not being any what they call consequent management.
Okay.
There seems to be no repercussions. Wrongdoing is reported, even investigated, like in this case. But what is anybody being held to account? Because these 3 officers, they had also made allegations against General Pashlani at the time, because they were in Forensic Services Division, and he actually sued them successfully for defamation. So their complaint is also that when they wanted to challenge the decision, and apparently they did appeal, because I think a monetary amount was awarded to General Pashlani. So the case is probably still on appeal, but they weren't getting any assistance from SAPS.
Well, every case, Honorable Chair, gets looked at to its own merit, whether you qualify for legal assistance, yes or no. And if you don't qualify, there is no way you can make it that you qualify. So probably that's one of the matters. But however, the crux of the whole investigation as I said, some matters have been dealt with. Some, I don't know whether they were dealt with because this matter come from 2011. So hence I said this team must now go into this matter and rectify everything that is in there. Because even them, some of them, they are accused of whatever. But it will be part of the whole investigation. But I will make that report to you by tomorrow.
Now, talking about legal fees, not our legal fees, but legal fees. General Vuma had complained about how long it took for her to be suspended, and then eventually she retired. Now, the reason appears to be that the issue was about the IPID subpoena. And she certainly was of the view, I'm not sure whether she took legal advice, was this subpoena is not valid and she is not going to comply. Because I think that is what you charged her with subsequently, for failing to comply with the IPID subpoena.
Correct.
So that case took 2 years. That's why it ended up in the Constitutional Court. Well, the Constitutional Court wasn't a case. There was an application from the Supreme Court of Appeal for leave to appeal, because there's no automatic right of appeal to the Constitutional Court. So they applied for leave to appeal, and that was dismissed. And I think subsequently, you then suspended her. So the question is, that case involved SAPS versus IPID. Presumably, SAPS paid the legal expenses for those cases in the High Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and then an application for leave to appeal to the Constitutional Court.
Correct.
And then, quite frankly, all that happened afterwards, General Vuma suspended and eventually she's retired. Those legal costs have not been recovered or recouped.
Well, determination will be done, Honorable Chair, and if she found to be liable, not only her, but the others, the recovery process will be undertaken.
Okay. Then I think, again, just arising from one of the questions raised by the honorable members, this is the return of the dockets and the fact that the dockets, I think it may have been Honorable Member Breitenbach, that the dockets were sort of lying in the office in Pretoria for some 3 months or so. What would these PKTT members have done? The directive came on the 31st of December of 24. The dockets were sent or taken to Pretoria on the 28th of March. And then only subsequently were they returned to their stations in KZN. Are you able to respond, or perhaps it's not a fair question?
What is the
PKTT members, what did they do over that period when the dockets were locked away in Pretoria?
Oh, I did answer that question earlier, Honorable Chair. Remember, it wasn't all the dockets. They had dockets that were caught going, they were still running with them, further investigating, going to court and so on. It's not to say they were sitting
Or presumably they were continuing to do their work because there was a standoff between you and the minister, and you weren't going to immediately disband them. So they may have continued. I'm just trying to find an answer. Maybe continued working. And they may have even come up with new cases, new dockets.
They were doing work, Honorable Chair. Hence, remember the Mandini case also that added on there.
Yeah.
So they were doing their work with their court-going cases.
Now, you're aware of that IPID had brought a case and had charged General Mchunu about those Nagi allegations. I think it's in the Lotswa affidavit. You're aware of that case?
Well, I became aware of it when it was being discussed here, and
When we discussed it with you?
when it was discussed here that there is such a case.
Okay.
But in terms of the matter itself, I knew about the kidnapping. I knew about members of DPCI KZN that they followed, investigated the case to wherever they went to Mozambique and came back. And but I'm not aware of the physical involvement of General Mkhonasi. However, I'm sure IPIT will give me a report to that effect. But yeah, that's how far, you know.
You don't know where that case is and whether there's been any developments in that case?
I'll inquire from IPIT because I heard about the case now recently yesterday. I'll inquire from IPIT as to what happened to that case.
Now, just a last aspect for your comment.
But the member, I think the member himself, I think they what Sergeant Mlot also, I think he's on suspension as we speak. There is some departmental case against him for all the things that he was involved in.
Now, given the structure of IPID and IDEC and IPID. The evidence thus far about, and they certainly Advocate Johnson testified on behalf of IDEC, and we know IDEC arrested Lieutenant General Kumalo based on a complaint or case opened by Honorable Adams. But it seems to me that both IPID and IDEC doesn't inspire much confidence. And given that this honorable committee is also looking at restoring trust in our law enforcement agencies, and they plus you acknowledge that they play such a key role in terms of certainly ensuring that South African police services, that their members conduct themselves in terms or in accordance with the rule of law and their code of conduct, etc. So I'm just putting to you that what we've heard thus far doesn't inspire much confidence given what appears to be differences, different groups, whatever you want to call them, factions, groups within the South African police services. Because there seems to be a tendency then to weaponize one against the other, and to do that you use IPID or you use/influence IDEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I think you sum it up. That's the way currently it is.
I mean, we've heard the evidence, and several members of the committee, maybe the entire honorable committee, were fairly clear about the use of IPID in the period when Mr. McBride was the head of IPID, and Mr. O'Sullivan played a prominent role in the work that they were doing. Although that was a few years ago, I'm not sure whether the situation has improved. So are there any suggestions that you might make or recommendations that you might make to us, to the Honorable Committee, of how their role could be strengthened?
The one recommendation I can make, which I said earlier, Honorable Chair, is that you can, for now, you have the institution, you have SAPS as an organization, you have IPID, you have IDEC. But if in all these institutions, you have members of SAPS right through, you're bound to have a problem. You are bound to have a problem, because if you left SAPS, maybe you hated me and you go to IPID. When you get there, it might be that you find a way to get back to me, or you get to IDEC, same thing will happen. So in other words, in reality, it's three different institutions, or by the look, it's three different institutions. But in actual fact, it's one institution. So then you're going to find that issue of Gxasheka. So that's why I was saying that if maybe the IPID can employ its own employees, train them, same with the IDEC, then it might maybe be a different picture if that's the case. Otherwise, as long as you have one organization.
Yeah, there's no, are you saying there's no true independence? It's all one single organization.
It's like this ad hoc committee,
Yeah.
and the police portfolio committee, and the, let's say, defense or education. You are all members of parliament, not so the National Assembly. It's a similar thing. I don't know whether you understand me.
Because it seems to be from the evidence that some people or some officers, either they worked or they were members of SAPS and they go and work for IPID, or vice versa. Or in the case of IDEC, they used to be prosecutors, or they used to work in the National Prosecuting Service. Now they work for IDEC. But their names, their names have cropped up during the course of these hearings, and I'm not going to repeat them or bore them, but that seems to be a weakness.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's exactly what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
it's three different institutions, but if you look at majority of the investigators, you will find that all of them are SAPS detectives actually. So they might, I don't say they are not impartial, they are not independent. And not all are from SAPS. Some are from other government institutions and or the private sector. But majority of your investigators, some of them are former detective members.
Yeah.
So it's bound to have that getting back to some at some point.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you for your attendance, your cooperation with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members.
Thanks, okay, Terence. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arensa. And thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, we are going to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Our witness tomorrow is General Mukwanas. We have distributed the documents for tomorrow, and we will also be distributing the responses from the presidency. We received the responses in the afternoon, and when we were supposed to distribute them to you, the officials came back and requested to make improvements or to add additional information to the responses that they have given to us. And then we allowed them to add that additional information so that they become comprehensive. So they have resubmitted, and you will get those responses for you to individually study them and check if all your questions have been answered. We must apologize, General Masemola, that from 20 minutes past 2 until now, we have not given you a break. Tau mudikana o khwela mphatong, kgomo ya moradi e khwela shakeng. Honorable members, Honorable Skosana, you want to say something?
Chair, I was just saying that I didn't see the general for lunch. I guess you should invite her for dinner for keeping him for so long. Thank you, Chair.
Did you go there? When you went there, why didn't you invite him?
I've invited him already and his team. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know, honorable members, that it is unusual to come to the end of our proceedings at this time of the day. I can see that this is the time when the locomotive gathers more momentum, but unfortunately we have come to the end of the proceedings. I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers. We will meet here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. It's here, Bonanen. Thank you so much.